The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. For those here to speak on the North Area water tanks, there is a public comment period specific to that item that will take place after the staff presentation. There's a sign-up list located in the lobby, which along with a list of those calling in will be used to determine the order of speakers for that item. We'll hear from 6 in-person individuals and then 1 phone caller until we hit these limits. Priority will be given to those who've indicated they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available at the back of the council chambers from our AV team. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo. Here. Henkel. Here. Jezierski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Marsh-Holshen.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
And Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. And we'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The first item under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring October 2023 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation? The first item under petitions and that was weird. It's like a delay. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium? Welcome, and feel free to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
I am Bonnie Steele, intake supervisor with the Child, Adult, and Family Services here in Broomfield.
I'm Amy Shangula. I'm the clinical and services supervisor with Child, Adult, and Family Services.
Good evening, Tsunemi Rooney. Oops, that was my last name. So Tsunemi Maihara, restored it name. She, her, hers. I'm a counseling program director at Safe House, Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence, SPAN. Glad to be here.
Hi, Erin Shannon. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Education from SPAN.
Good evening. I'm Ann Tapp. I'm the Executive Director at SPAN.
Good evening. I'm Judith Moreno, Victim Advocate with the Broomfield Police Department.
Good evening. I'm Eric Frederick, the Commander of the Investigations Division of the Broomfield Police Department.
Good evening, Anaya Hempelman, Chief of Police.
Well, thank you all for joining us this evening. I'll briefly summarize the proclamation, then I'll turn it over to the staff representatives for comments. This proclamation recognizes the pervasive issue across the city and county of Broomfield, the United States, and the world regarding domestic violence, and its implications for personal and community health. Domestic violence does not discriminate and touches all communities regardless of age, race, disability, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Research shows that by creating communities where people are connected, supportive, and care for one another can reduce incidents of domestic violence. Every day in the city and county of Broomfield, individuals and organizations play a part in supporting people impacted by domestic violence, providing services including therapeutic, legal, educational, housing, advocacy, and medical services. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim October 2023 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city and county of Broomfield, and invite all residents to use this month to raise awareness and increase the prevention of domestic violence in the Broomfield community. Would the representatives like to make any comments?
Hi there. Thank you for acknowledging this important topic that impacts countless families. We continue to strive towards best practice and learning new and improved ways to effectively address these concerns. We do this through ongoing trainings with Safe and Together, and through our strong partnerships with Broomfield Police Department, SPAN, 17th Judicial District, and our community partners.
Good evening. As the supervisor of the prevention team, I wanted to share that for our team, the goal is to provide a foundation for Broomfield families to thrive. For those leaving or planning to leave an abusive situation, that means connection to community partners for housing and food security, weather appropriate clothing, job readiness, safe childcare, access to mental, physical health services, reliable transportation, and stable finances as just a few of the necessary connections. Thank you for your support, and thank you for supporting the relationships with our community partners.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to provide remarks?
I'll be brief in case everyone else wants to speak. It's a long line. Again, I'm Ann Tappan, the executive director at SPAN. And I wanted just to thank the staff of the city and county of Broomfield, the police department. You all have an amazing collection of people who are very committed to not only responding to the needs of survivors and victims, but preventing domestic violence in the community. So we're honored to be a partner in this network. And again, just really appreciate all of you and your commitment in our community partners and our ability to work with them. So thank you.
You. Anyone else? No pressure. But we do allow public comment on every agenda item. So if anybody would like to speak on this item, you have an opportunity. Just state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Hello, my name is Amelia Miller and I'm a resident of Broomfield. I am a member of the Address Confidentiality Program, and I would just like to say thank you. It means the world, and thank you.
Well, we appreciate all of you joining us this evening, and we appreciate the work that you do in every facet of ensuring victims of domestic violence are protected and cared for. Thank you. The second item under petitions and communications is a report from the community delegation who visited Broomfield's sister city in Ueda, Japan. Representatives Junko Goodwin and student delegate Jericho Bondi and Lauren. Communications is a report from the That's weird. Anyway, would our representatives please step up to the podium, introduce yourselves, and share your presentation? And I didn't get to finish Lauren Filardo. Did I say it right? Thank you. Oh, and Helene is here as well. Helene Plain-Jewett. I didn't get that on my script.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Helene Jewett. I am on the leadership team along with Junko Goodwin for our sister city longstanding relationship. And we are here tonight to introduce two of the delegates who traveled to Japan. We had 11 delegates this year and 4 chaperones. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Lauren and Jericho to tell you about our experience this year.
Thank you, Arlene.
And at the end, they'll also present a gift from the mayor of Ueda to you.
Awesome.
About our experience this year.
Thank you, Arlene. There's something going on with the recording. I'm gonna guess there's a delay in our broadcast, so just bear with us. We'll figure it out. Go ahead, Jericho.
Hello, my name is Jericho Bondi, and this is,
Lauren Filardo.
and we're here to present to you about our experience being an ambassador for Broomfield Sister Cities.
Next slide. Lauren Filardo.
And we're here to present to you about our experience being an ambassador.
That's never happened before, so this is a new thing. I know we had to do a little bit of a technical workaround to get these monitors to work. So my guess is that might be part of the issue, but it's either that or we won't have these big monitors for you to see what the presentations are. So thank you for your patience. Continue.
All right, so we're going to start off with a bit of what it was like before the trip and while we were still preparing to leave for Japan. So the first thing we noticed is that we got to be very involved in the preparation for the trip, specifically through being able to help create the itinerary for what we were going to be doing in Tokyo for the few days we were visiting there. And we felt this not only got us a lot more interested in the culture, but also brought our group of ambassadors a lot closer together because there was a lot of collaboration and working together involved in making that decision. And we also felt that the program did a great job of preparing us for Japan. One example being that we all went down to see the Cherry Blossom Festival in Denver, which was able to kind of help replicate what it was going to be like navigating Tokyo and made the process go a lot smoother once we actually arrived there.
The information for this trip was very well presented to us. We knew what we were going to be doing, how we were getting there, and all the details about the trip we knew months in advance, which really helped soothe our initial anxieties. Next slide, please. So with our planning done, we got on a plane and headed to Haneda Airport in Tokyo. And from the minute we arrived in Japan, we felt such a welcoming atmosphere from everybody involved in this program. We were very anxious at the start, but once we arrived, that all vanished. Everything was so well organized, and we just felt so at peace.
We also felt the events on the itinerary were very interesting and impactful without being too much for a single day. And this is to say that we felt we were able to fully soak in the culture without it being too overwhelming. We also felt that the Ueda team was very prepared for any roadblocks they were to face, even when they were completely out of their control. The major one being that a few of the ambassadors contracted COVID, and so they had to make some adjustments in order to get arrangements for them to stay somewhere, and also for the remaining ambassadors to still be able to safely see some of the amazing sights of Japan. Next slide, please.
Now we're going to get to the bulk of our presentation, which is what we got from this trip and how it really did change our life. Next slide, please.
So our first major personal gain was that we felt much more confident in traveling, and we gained a lot of skills in organization and managing our independence. And this is because while we did receive a lot of freedom on the trip, we also had to learn how to not abuse that freedom. And we also felt we gained very meaningful relationships with the Ueda community, especially with our host families who we were able to stay with for about a week. And I know for me specifically, I was able to get very close to my host family very fast, especially because there was that language barrier. So we did kind of have to work together to come up with new ways to communicate, and that allowed us to get to know a lot more about each other.
For me, my family consisted of two older Japanese parents who were both English teachers. So that was convenient for me as there was no language barrier. And as a result of that, I got to learn so much about their culture and their politics and all this kind of stuff just by talking to them because that barrier was removed. And I felt that that was really kind of enlightening for me, so I could learn so much more about this country that I've never visited before. And that kind of leads us into our final point, which is that we got a better understanding of the similarity and differences in our cultures around the world. In Japanese culture, there are differences from everything from religion to how you raise your children. But at the end of the day, we are all humans, and it was wonderful to see us connect even through all of the barriers that we faced. Next slide, please. Okay, so now that we are back, our work is still not over, and there are a few things that are left to be done for this program, and we are going to walk you through those now. So to start, we've done a lot of program advertising since we've been back. We were at the Bruner Farmhouse this past month, where we did a lesson on furoshiki wrapping, which is a traditional Japanese style wrapping method for gifts. We were also at the BCH Annuals Gala, where we presented about our program to anyone who would be interested, so we can spread the word about this amazing opportunity.
And another thing we would like to do going forward is host the Japanese ambassadors that come to visit Broomfield this summer. And this is because, like Jericho was saying, we were showed so much kindness and we got to see some amazing pieces of the Japanese culture. And we want to show our appreciation for this by giving the Japanese students the same experience we were given.
Next slide.
Sorry.
All right, so now we are going to present our gift to Mayor Guyleen. I believe that this is from the mayor in Ueda to you. We had brought them a gift with us when we went to Japan and presented it to them, so they would wanted to do the same.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our sister city.
And we wanted to thank all of you for coming and watching us tonight, and our chaperones, the Broomfield Committee for Ueda and the Ueda Committee for our trip, and anyone else who was part of making this trip possible. Thank you for such an amazing experience.
Is that all from your presentation? We do allow public comment. If anyone else from the delegation would like to speak or say anything, now's the time. And if not, thank you all for joining this evening. I want to go next time. That looks so fun. And we really appreciate you guys being such great ambassadors for the city and county of Broomfield. We'll move to public comment next. This is general public comment where you can speak on items not on the agenda. So if there's anyone who would like to be heard, now is the time to speak. And you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Roxy Jula Luckmore. I just wanted to say that I'm very impressed on how the city and county needs to make extreme regulations on land use in order to manage the taxpayers' land. Without it, I'm sure they wouldn't be able to handle it. So, and the second thing is the art that we're having for our city building here. I think somebody might be afraid to find out whether the people of the city and county of Broomfield really like that art or not, because you can choose one or the other, but they're afraid to put in a comment like vote for neither. So you really don't know what the people really want. You just give them a choice. So I'm pretty happy with what city and county is doing with that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ellie McKinley. I'd like to talk with you about our community center. I was very eager to find out that we're going to get a new community center. I've been attending classes over all these years, and I just wanted to know, I was just delighted that they were going to incorporate a senior center within the building. I went on the tour the first time, and I was deeply disappointed that I didn't find a senior center. I found long aisles not conducive to seniors who are aging. They're much, and I think I would challenge you all to take that trip as a senior, pretending you're a senior who's handicapped in any way, and make that trip and see how long it is. I was disturbed about it enough to decide I wanted to get a petition signed, because people have to go through that long line to get to the lecture room. And there's a door, an exit right there. And I've given each one of you a picture of that door that you can see that's right there. Right on the other side is the lakeshore room where they eat. And that door actually is in front of the handicap parking. Now, I don't know why that was designed that way, where you have a handicap parking and you have a locked door that they can't use. So I got 162 signatures without any trouble whatsoever. Took the signatures to our city manager and our mayor, and they agreed. I was so thankful. And they're really responsible for opening up that door. And Nikki and Clay are in the process of doing it right now, and it's going to be open on October the 2nd. However, in talking with the 162 seniors, I realized there are a lot more problems than just opening up that door. So there doesn't seem to be a platform for people to just air their concerns. So I'm hoping that you all will develop a platform for the seniors to come and talk with you and see if there are some solutions to the things that they're concerned about. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Judy Enderley and I live in Northmore and I'm angry. 2 weeks ago, this notice was taped to my door. It's from the Broomfield Police Code Compliance, and it states that I am in violation of Code 1208020, which reads, bushes, trees, and shrubs must be kept trimmed and set back a sufficient distance so that they do not obstruct the use of the sidewalk or street and do not obstruct the view of any pedestrian or vehicle traffic or traffic sign. The violators, these prairie coneflowers, some of which were touching the sidewalk. People thank me for growing these flowers, which bloom until the first hard frost. But the notice informs me that I must remove them within 7 days. I have some neighbors that have a crabapple tree. Small apples fall onto the sidewalk for a few weeks in the fall. How can they comply when apples fall daily? Other neighbors have sunflowers that touch the sidewalk. They have a special needs child, and I doubt that their violation is high on their priority list. Most of my neighbors are now angry with the city. They point to areas that the city has neglected or is in violation itself. So my question is, why can't the city work with the community rather than against it? Why not see if residents need assistance rather than notifying them that failure to correct the violation within 7 days may result in an official notice of violation. How friendly does that sound? In closing, I think that I speak for my neighbors in offering to assist in resolving the issues and helping the city see areas where it might improve.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to be heard in general public comment? Check online. I don't see any more. All right. Well, thank you all for showing up. Council's community and event updates are next. Before we begin with the council's updates, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some very special guests we have here this evening. Members of the Broomfield High School Engineering Club were recently in the news for winning the National Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement MESA competition earlier this year in Albuquerque, New Mexico. These students created an app designed to overcome language barriers faced by users of the Broomfield Fish Food Bank and Family Resource Center by translating into 5 different languages. Would any of the representatives here being recognized like to say anything? Where are you guys? Oh, there you are. We're so proud of you. It was all over the news. Come on up, be recognized. Great work.
Hi, my name is Gloria Erickson.
I'm Coleman Eschenbrenner. And I'm Landon Wood. And we also have another member, Ethan Dorman, who is currently on a college visit out of state.
So just to add a little bit about our app, right now we have 2 complete and we have 1 more on the way. We finished 1 completely for Broomfield Fish. We have also finished another one for Community Food Share, and we are working on one for Harvest of Hope. It translates from English into Spanish, Russian, Ukrainian, and Chinese. And then we also have a high needs items list so that donors know what to donate, a donations tab that tells you how to donate, a calendar that shows their events, and then we also have a map on the Community Food Share page. And if anyone would like to download it, we do have it available on Androids. If not, you can pull it up on AppSheet.
On that
I
sheet?
think, yeah, on AppSheet.
What's it called?
It's called the Broomfield Fish app.
Broomfield Fish app. Okay.
Just Broomfield Fish.
Just Broomfield Fish?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we would also like to thank you so much for having us.
Oh, we are so proud of you. Thank you for coming. We've been trying to track you. Thank you. Keep up the great work. Does any member of council have any updates this evening? Councilmember Lim?
There are 2 community events coming up in the next 2 days. First of all, everyone is invited to join the Broomfield Workforce Center to honor Linnell Munn, a workforce champion who the team sadly lost last November. The workforce team will honor Linnell's memory by the dedication of the Workforce Center Resource Room named after her tomorrow, Wednesday, September 27th from 2 to 5 p.m. The next community event that I wanted to bring to interested parties' attention is on Thursday. The Markle and Watke Open Space Plan will be revealed in its final proposed form, and anyone in the public can give final feedback on that at the OSTAC meeting. Thank you for the open space team's efforts to engage the community fully. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. The only update or an update reminder that I have is next Monday, October 2nd, from 12 to 2 in the Health and Human Services Building is the Charter Review Committee's first October meeting. We're moving relatively quickly along with making sure we meet our November deadline for presentation to council. So just wanted to remind the community that that will be happening next Monday from 12 to 2 in Health and Human Services. And as always, please submit any comments or recommendations you have via the email link on the Charter Review Committee's website or the online submission form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. As many of you guys have heard tonight, twice now already, we're talking about language. So our sister cities, kids are talking about how hard it was to go to Japan and talking about the language barrier, right? And here we have our own kids here who are doing amazing work, and I'm gonna not tear up every time I talk about you guys. You guys have done an amazing job for Broomfield Fish. I love it that you called it just the Broomfield Fish app, but yet it's steering, to make sure that everything is just accessible. And that's a key component of who Broomfield is and who Broomfield will be. So thank you. And so rolling into that, I was thankful to have the NACO presidential appointment to the Immigration Reform Task Force. And we'll be discussing the following items this Thursday on our call. We'll be talking about just the policies that we have with our Southwest Border Coordination Center, our Migration Information Center, and our Department of Homeland Security. We'll be talking with government officials and staff and getting an update on current immigration trends and new federal policies, and provide time for local officials to ask questions, or if you have any concerns, you can contact me. We will also discuss the work authorizations of those who are on humanitarian parole from Ukraine and Afghanistan. So we'll see if we can add Farsi, maybe. We'll call it Persian to that. That'd be kind of cool. We have a lot of Afghan families here, and I'd love to partner with you guys on that. We want to ensure their right to work here as they are seeking asylum as well. Additionally, the Heart of Broomfield Awards is this Friday morning, and we're so excited to celebrate the winners of this year's awards. The last year's Heart of Broomfield Award winners vote on who won this year, and we're so happy to cast my vote for the Workforce Center. The Workforce Center goes above and beyond the call of duty, and I've worked firsthand with them in resettling our local refugees from Ukraine and Afghanistan. So I would love it if people could come and celebrate our Workforce Center with us on this Friday from 8:15 to 9 a.m. It's a breakfast at the Chateau of Fox Meadows. They've done incredible work in meeting our immigrants, and also meeting those who are unhoused where they are, so that they don't need so much transportation. So our workforce is actually meeting people where they're at. And last but not least, I really want to give a shout out to all of our staff who did an incredible job at Broomfield Days. Whether it was our Chamber of Commerce working with our local businesses, making sure that they are seen and heard, all the way to our kids receiving all this candy. I think next year we might include dog treats. There were so many dogs there. And so I just really want to commend our staff and our PD as well for making it a safe event. Every time I go to these events, I do get a little bit nervous because it's a lot of people, right? And I just know we're in safe hands. So thank you, PD. Thank you, staff, and thank you, manager and CMO crew. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo Councilmember Henkel's comments. Broomfield Days, thank you, staff. Thank you, to our volunteers, our nonprofit and business community, and of course the wind that was on display that day. That was a delight. Thank you to everyone that came out for Broomfield Days and made the day great. Coming up this week is another event in Ward 3, the Octo Beer Fest at the Lutheran Church of Hope. It'll be Friday night from 5 to 9, and then Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So hopefully you can make yet another great community event this weekend. So thank you. See you there.
Thank you very much. I love that event. Anyone else on council have an update? Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank all of the staff, our department heads, our volunteers for an amazing Broomfield Days as well. I think the Good Vibes logo lived up to its name, and it was just a positive day full of joy and community spirit. So well attended, the booths sold out. So I know how much work goes into that behind the scenes and during that day. And I just want to extend my heartfelt gratitude for a memorable event. It was a huge success. Now to business. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there will be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7G by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of September 12th, 2023. 7B, resolution number 2023-108, authorizing the purchase from Motorola Solutions for replacement of existing police portable radios. 7C, resolution number 2023-95, approving an intergovernmental agreement with North Metro Fire Rescue District for SWAT team medics. 7D, resolution number 2023-117, approving a memorandum of understanding with the member agencies of the North Central Colorado Regional Child Abduction Response Team. 7E, resolution number 2023-121, approving a construction agreement with Civil Specialties, Inc. for the Lake Link Trail Erosion Control Improvements Project. 7F, resolution number 2023-120, approving the First Amendment to the consulting agreement with Icon Engineering, Inc. for engineering services related to the Broomfield Heights Stormwater and Pedestrian Improvement Project. 7G, resolution number 2023-131, to become a member of Colorado Counties, Inc.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these items, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium, share your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Roxy Jewel Lockmore. On item G, I don't really see any benefit of us joining this group. I'm sure that you all do, but I just wanted to give my opinion that I see no use in being part of this, and it's just a waste of money and time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, next is council member comments on these items. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Lim.
On 7E, the Lake Link Trail Erosion Control Improvements Project. I read through that item and the agreement, and I wasn't able to get a sense of who was required to post the signage with the phasing. Is that standard and not stated in an agreement, or because it said appropriately that the work was going to be phased to minimize the trail closures?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Ms. Allen, could you address that question, please?
Thank you, Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Let me see if I can clarify the question. Who's responsible for the warning signs, the construction signage?
Yes.
That would be the contractor.
The contractor. Okay, so would there, I guess then my question would be anticipating that and when someone gets on that trail at some point, they may be a distance from where the signage actually says the trail is closed. I guess that's my question. Can you, where will the signage be posted by the contractor so that someone is not stuck in the middle and all of a sudden figures they can't ride their bike or walk their dog further?
Got it. Yes, I understand the question. I don't have a signage plan, but we'll put it at the most obvious trail heads before someone heads down there and has to turn around.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So two questions on 7C and 7F. So 7C, this is regarding the SWAT training and compensation with North Metro Fire and Rescue District. I'm curious, do other jurisdictions have a similar agreement with North Metro Fire Rescue District?
Chief Hempelman.
So the question was, and hello, Anaya Hempelman, Chief of Police, if other North Metro, other police agencies have one with currently with North Metro?
Correct.
No, they do not.
Okay, do we anticipate that there are jurisdictions that are going to have a similar agreement?
I do. And the reason I say that is Commander Sprague, who's part of our SWAT team, he attended, he's actually, is it vice president of the National Tactical Officers Association. And he attended a training just this year. And that's really where he got that information. That's really where the most police departments are heading in the future.
Okay. And so will that be duplicative? I mean, will every agency have their own medics, or is this going to be much more of a coordinated program?
Well, I can't speak on others. I can tell you that Westminster Police Department currently has one medic. So it's unique to them, but they also have their own fire department. So I think, yes, I think future, that's how it's going to look.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
My other questions have to do with 7F. You know, some of my council colleagues know, I'm a substitute teacher, and recently I substituted at Emerald Elementary. And just so happens that I was required to be crossing guard right there at Third Avenue. And so I watched all these kids walk down that 2.5-foot sidewalk. Many of the kids walked on the sidewalk, parents walked in the street because the sidewalk isn't big enough there on Third Street. So I'm greatly appreciative to the staff. I'm greatly appreciative that we have funds to expand that sidewalk because it's greatly needed. And it's definitely a safety thing. So appreciate that. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to comment just on 7F. I really appreciate staff moving forward with this project. First filing, most sidewalks in first filing are not even ADA compliant, and I'm really appreciative of staff bringing this project forward and ensuring that we bring all of our sidewalks in the city and county of Broomfield up to ADA standards and allowing more individuals to safely use our sidewalks and not having to necessarily walk in the road when passing each other or bikes riding on the sidewalk, et cetera. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council questions or comments? All right, before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7C contains an intergovernmental agreement which requires 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7G be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaft.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Henkel,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holshan,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
and Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We have one item for the Board of Social Services consideration this evening, acknowledging a review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for January 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2023. The meeting of the Board of Social Services is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Delgadillo,
Here.
Henkel,
Here.
Jaworski,
Here.
Leslie,
Here.
Lim,
Here.
Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff,
Here.
and Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council and Community. Chris Dewhurst, our Deputy Director of Human Services, Acting Director, while Director Casey is out becoming the $6 million man with a new hip.
Oh,
Mr. Dewhurst, introduce us to this item, if you would, please.
Yes. Good evening. Pleasure to be before you. I am Chris Dewhurst, Deputy Director of Human Services, and I'll also be joined by Vanita Dye, who is the Human Services Executive Operations Manager. Wanted to go through before you have the expenditures for our quarterly expenditures and EBT, electronic benefit transfers. And wanted to go through and highlight for you some of the different items within that. And we'll be able to take questions as well as they arise. So I think before I get started, as I understand is customary, a friendly reminder that we are operating on 3 different fiscal years. And so we are operating on a state fiscal year, a federal fiscal year, as well as a county fiscal year. We'll do my best to call those out as we go through some of the numbers and details contained therein. So I think I will start with, in total, Broomfield Department of Human Services, total use of funds between January 1st and June 30th of 2023 was $7,672,999. This accounted for 37.6 of the amended 23 budget, which is well within our budgetary limits. Going through and highlighting a few of the other items in here, shared the short story to the longer story is that ultimately, by and large, the Department of Human Services has seen double-digit increases across most of our entitlements and public benefit programs. Pleased to also state that within our adult programs and child welfare, they've been flat or had reductions ultimately there. So I'll start with Colorado Works TANF program. We've seen an increase of 22.95%, so almost 23% in households served when we're comparing, I apologize, an increase when comparing to our previous state fiscal year on that. We've served 150 households with approximately $440,000 in cash benefits and supportive services. With our Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, food assistance, we saw an almost 20% increase in households served over the previous fiscal year. Through SNAP, we've served 2,739 households and have issued $9.6 million in food benefits. Medicaid experienced a double-digit increase as well, with 15.32% increase in the first 6 months of 2023, when we're comparing to the same 6 months in 2022. And the one program that has remained relatively flat within the public benefit programs is our Child Care Assistance Program. CCAP served 72 households in the first 6 months of 2023 versus 76 households in the same time period in 2022. And then I wanted to highlight a collaboration that occurred between our Self-Sufficiency Division and our Child, Adult, and Family Services Division. And this was to implement a change based upon federal guidance. So the teams worked together to identify and close cases for parental fees that were associated with children in foster care. Ultimately, this resulted in 45 families being relieved of $252,000 in parental fees. And I think I want to highlight in that what this does for our community. And ultimately, we recover a very small percentage of those parental fees from families, as the majority of individuals are lower income, and through the process of collection and going through the child support enforcement, it re-traumatizes those families. And so ultimately, this money allows to stay with those families that are working to stabilize themselves and to regain custody of their children. And on the administrative side of things, it is streamlined and helped to reduce the burden that we serve as well to recover those funds. And so that has impacts to child support enforcement staff, as well as to our judicial system. And so we're pleased of that partnership and what transpired with that. And finally, Broomfield Department of Human Services has served an estimated unduplicated households of 8,493 individuals in the first half of 2023. This is an 11.67% increase when compared to the same time last year. I would like to turn the floor over to Vanita Dye to share some comparison data that is a follow-up to a question that was asked by Councilmember Ward from the last quarterly EBT report. And so.
Thank you, Mr. Dewars.
Good evening, board members. Vanita Dye. I'm the Executive Operations Manager for Human Services. And I have some graphs that I wanted to present to you. I want to preface this with the fact that the numbers that you see in this EBT report are actual numbers for Broomfield. We have the actual data, obviously, for our caseloads. And so we can provide you with unduplicated numbers and that sort of thing. And when you see distinct numbers for monthly activity, those are actual numbers for Broomfield. What I'm going to show you on these slides, I got from the State Department, and what they use is an average monthly caseload. And so the numbers won't jive, but it puts us on a level playing field so that you can see how we compare to other counties. Next slide, please. So I picked the three largest programs because we have to do it on a programmatic level, just because all of the counties have different ways and methodologies of estimating their the residents that they serve. So we've picked our food assistance SNAP, Medicaid, and then also Colorado Works TANF. So this first slide, this shows you food assistance, the food assistance program, and it is by state fiscal year. I want to, this was from the Colorado Department of Human Services, and I want you to recognize that at the time that we prepared these slides for this council meeting, that state fiscal year 22-23 data was not available for SNAP. So these are the four previous fiscal years. So what I want you to notice is that the blue bar, state fiscal year 18-19, that was kind of a standard year, no COVID at that point in time. And I think, as you can see, for state fiscal year 18-19 and state fiscal year 19-20, because we just started, COVID just started in March and we ended in June, those were relatively stable years. And that was true for Broomfield as well. But you can see from the orange to the gray bars in this graph that all of our surrounding counties, which include Adams, Arapahoe, Boulder, Denver, Jefferson, Larimer, and Weld, and of course, we're the smallest because we're a medium size and these are all big 11, that you can see the trend as we moved through COVID into state fiscal year 2021, we saw very large increases, double digits for almost everyone, 24.5 for Adams, 19% for Arapahoe. We had a 23%, over 23% increase in food assistance. So this is a level playing field because these are average monthly caseload numbers. Ours are a little bit different, as I mentioned, but you can see the overall trend for all counties was increasing. So next slide, please. This next slide is Medicaid, and this came from the Healthcare Policy and Finance, and we do have, they report numbers on a monthly basis. So we had numbers for state fiscal year 22-23, but again, you can see for Broomfield as well as all of these other counties, the trend is upward, and it was increasing more during COVID, but I think the trend continued upward for all counties. Next slide, please. And the last slide is our Colorado Works TANF. And what's interesting about this slide is that for that particular program, what we saw in Broomfield was we saw fairly stable numbers for pre-pandemic, but as money was in the system with unemployment benefits and other supports from ARPA and various funding for the COVID emergency or the public health emergency, that a lot of our households would cycle on and off. So because they would have resources that would then make them ineligible for the program, and then it would increase. So now you can see that most of the counties are back to pre-pandemic levels with the households that they serve. So these were the three. I just wanted to show you the trends because Councilmember Ward had asked about how we compared to other counties. So this was in response to that request. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dye. We appreciate the follow-up. Does that conclude your presentation, your update, Mr. Dewars?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person. If anyone would like to speak on this item, now's the time to come up to the podium. Open for comments. Okay, no. Then next is public comments on the phone. Don't see any of those. So we'll go to questions from the board. Board Member Ward and then Marshall Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you all at Health and Human Services for bringing my question back. To be honest, I kind of forgot what the question was when you brought it forward. It's been so long since you've presented. But thank you again for answering that question. I just have a few quick questions about the presentation, some of the numbers real quick. The first one relates to the Child Welfare Block Grant. The chart that's in the staff memo shows a decrease in that grant expenditure. Is that our county expenditure or is that the state overall first?
It is a good question. Thank you for that. And I'm so happy that Vanita Dai is here to join me to help answer that question.
Yes, what you're looking at in this grant or in this graph is just the congregate care expenditures. So typically congregate care expenditures, foster care is an 80-20 split, 50% federal, 30% state, and then 20% county. And this is just a snapshot of our congregate care expenditures, and of which have decreased significantly over the years. And that's what we're trying to show you here, is that because of the work that our prevention team has done, that we're not, that children in out-of-home placement are with kin or in foster homes and family-like settings.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, what is the reason we're seeing that overall decrease? Is that because we're not having as many children that we're having to place into foster care, kin, et cetera, or is that a decrease in the level of funding we're seeing from federal and state partners?
One of the primary reasons is that the Families First Prevention Act that was enacted, I think in 2015 or somewhere 2015, 2018, I'm not sure, at the federal level was going to diminish the amount of funds we could draw down from the feds, and if we didn't address these congregate care settings, because that has been deemed to not be good for children in out-of-home care. So really it was driven by legislation, and then of course state and county partners worked together to make sure that we were in compliance.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question so far relates to the overall table that was at the beginning of the presentation for sources and uses of funds. Two questions that fit with it. That one question is, first, under sources of revenue, it says other revenues and taxes. Can you kind of just for the public explain what does that entail? Where does those other revenues and taxes come from? Is that county taxes? Is that something else?
These would be our mill levy, and then we do have some fees, but not many in human services. So it's our mill levy.
All right, thank you.
Typically the 1.5, I think, mill levy.
Perfect. And then the last question that goes along with that item is, it says so far we've used 73.39% of that. Why is that particular number so much higher than the average 37.6 we've seen for use of funds? Is there?
I think typically what we've seen in the last couple of years is our sources and uses have increased dramatically because of food assistance. Because food assistance families were paid for the max allotments. And then there was also what were called pandemic EBT benefits, which were for school-age children for lunch programs and whatnot. So all counties, including ours, those numbers skyrocketed. I think we went from about $250,000 a month in food assistance benefits back when I started to at 1 month we had 1.8 million because there was pandemic benefits issued and that sort of thing. So that's where and those are 100% benefits, 100% federal.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of follow-up questions from Councilmember Ward. Just to clarify, the big one, the three SNAP, Medicaid, and TANF funds, are any of those funds coming from the city, county of Broomfield, or are those all passed through from the state and federal governments?
The SNAP funds are 100% pass-through funds. For Medicaid, we as Broomfield do not, we don't provide any benefits. What our funding source is for Medicaid is our county administration funding through HCPF. So those are an 80-20 split, and it primarily supports staff that are determining eligibility. HCPF pays, or healthcare policy and financing pays all of the benefits, the hospital benefits and that sort of thing. But so that doesn't come from Broomfield.
And TANF is passed through?
And no, TANF is a block allocation as well, and it's about a 15%. It's about an 85% federal and 15% county.
Okay, thank you. And then one follow-up off of the presentation related to Councilmember Ward's previous question on the county comparison. Do we happen to have those numbers on a per capita basis?
I don't have those numbers, but I can check into it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Marshall Holston. You just took my first question. I think I asked this last time too, but I think it's a hard thing to pin down as far as we have more people moving into Broomfield. So generally, we're going to serve more of the population with these benefits. I think that's just we can't necessarily say causation or correlation, but we definitely need to look at that as far as our total population. But I think it's also hard to count our total population without some sort of census work. So I would like to see that next time per capita. The second question is talking about, just the relationships that we have with other entities. So I would, if you guys would mind, explaining your relationship with Broomfield Fish. We know that they are in a bit of a duress situation right now because what's happening generally when you see food scarcity or, people really going to our food banks, it's because they're trying to pay their rent and they're trying to make sure that they stay in their homes. So what sort of relationship do we have with Fish and what trends are we seeing alongside them? If you know, I don't want to put you guys on the spot because I know you're kind of.
Yeah, so proud of the relationship that we hold with Fish, one of our core community partners, among others, that we're proud to partner with. And so the support, I think, going, is at the core of it. And I think programmatically, we partner a fair amount with Fish. But I also would maybe have Vanita share a little bit about our nonprofit grants that we put out to the community to help support some of that as well.
Okay.
One other thing, council member, that we have 2 grants that we received. One was the Family First Grant of $100,000 that Fish is administering to assist us with the Family First prevention work. And then also we had another grant, the Collaborative Management Program. Fish has taken on that program and they are administering it. There's some changes coming through legislation, but I think we have a very close relationship with Fish. And then we also have the nonprofits, the nonprofit funds that Fish applies for every year. And Broomfield's been quite generous with them over the years. So we have multiple ways that we partner with Fish.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, sometimes when we walk through with people working through the SNAP program, trying to figure out what they're eligible for at the grocery store can be daunting. I walked through that myself with some and it's very difficult. So, but I do appreciate the way that our staff has made that really accessible for people. I do love the way that our staff also moves people through the system a lot quicker than others. I will say that I've heard through many different resources that our county is one of the fastest to make sure that people are being served. And a lot of our nonprofits in other places are very envious of our Health and Human Services teams in providing that for people. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments or questions? All right, next is the board's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-118 BSS. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-118 BSS by title?
Resolution number 2023-118 BSS, acknowledging review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for the period January 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Board Member Marshall Holston.
I move that resolution number 2023-118 BSS be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Board Member Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll for the Board of Social Services?
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo. Yes. Hinkle,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Leslie,
He's remote, but I don't know if he. Okay, keep going.
okay, Lim,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
One more call for Board Member Leslie. Can you hear us? All right, we'll move on of those. Ms. Rogers, can I say it was unanimous or how do I handle a?
No, I would say the number with one absent.
Oh, okay, so that passes with
And-
nine. It
9 to
passes
1, 9 to 0 with one absent.
Okay, that passes 9-0 with one absent. Thank you for that. Just want to get the record straight. Seeing there is no further business before the Board of Social Services, that meeting is adjourned. Our first item under council business this evening is a public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2223 relating to Broomfield's Employees Review Committee. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is the long awaited, not Kelly Belling that's walking down, but the Employee Review Committee has been something that our employees began working on during COVID. We've all been very impressed with the multidisciplinary team. In fact, nominations are back open again. Ms. Belling, you are going to give us a brief overview, given it is second reading. Please continue.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Kelly Bailing. I'm a CIP project manager for the City and County of Broomfield. This evening, I'm here representing the Employees Review Committee. This is the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2-10 to the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to the Employees Review Committee. Can I get the next slide, please? So just a little bit of background on the Employees Review Committee. The ERC was established in 1985. Originally, this committee was established to support the city manager's office in reviewing the fringe benefits package for employees. We have now expanded the topics that this group covers to include workplace culture, employee recognition, and workplace policies. Members are elected by their peers to serve for a 2-year term. And currently the responsibilities of the ERC are outlined in the Broomfield Municipal Code. The section was originally approved in 1985 and was amended back in 2001. Next slide, please. So this proposed ordinance removes most rules from the municipal code in order to allow the ERC to establish a separate set of bylaws similar to other boards, committees, and commissions throughout Broomfield. The bylaws will allow the ERC to make adjustments and accommodate organizational changes, eliminating the need for amendments to the municipal code every time we make small changes to the committee. So I just want to outline some of the changes that we are proposing. Generally, they include topics around group composition and leadership, roles of ERC members and the attendance policy, and also the election process. Next slide, please. So first, for proposed changes to the group composition and leadership, this proposed ordinance would defer the details of employee representation to the committee bylaws, removing them from the municipal code. So this includes things such as the grouping of departments for representation, the number of representatives on the ERC. We're proposing the removal of the alternate designation, and I will get back to that here in a moment, and also the definition of the leadership roles within the group. Next slide, please. The next set of proposed changes are around the roles of ERC members and our attendance policy. So the proposed bylaws introduce a more adaptable attendance policy, and this is really designed to accommodate committee members whose job roles entail greater unpredictability on a day-to-day basis. Since we represent all employees throughout the city and county of Broomfield, this can include job positions such as patrol officers or employees that work for in public works. We also are proposing to remove the requirement that ERC members advise the city manager concerning the employee pension program. This is just a little bit outdated. There is a separate pension committee that's been established that provides feedback and guidance on the employee pension program, which doesn't impact all employees. Next slide, please. Finally, we are proposing changes to the elections policy. So again, these are items that would be removed from the municipal code and put into the committee bylaws. So currently in the municipal code, ERC elections are conducted by Human Resources. The bylaws would change this so that the elections would be run by the ERC's Policies and Procedures Subcommittee. As I mentioned, I would get back to the references to alternate. Currently, the committee is comprised of 10 members and 10 alternates. However, since we reconvened the ERC back in late 2022, we have found the contribution of all of our committee members to be incredibly valuable, and we'd like to remove that alternate designation so that each department and group of departments has two full representatives instead of one representative and one alternate. And then finally, we'd like to propose the amendment that seasonal and temporary employees employed at the time of the elections will be allowed to vote. Recommendations by the ERC to the city manager's office or to the Human Resources Department do often impact both seasonal and temporary employees, and we want to make sure that they have a voice in electing who represents them. Next slide, please. So in closing, I just want to note that employees have been notified of the proposed changes to the ERC, to the municipal code and movement of a lot of this language into a separate set of bylaws through monthly newsletter communications. And we haven't received any feedback that is cause for concern. And the ERC members on the committee have voted unanimously to move forward with requesting an amendment to the municipal code and establish a separate set of bylaws. And this just means amendments to the bylaws in the future can be made as needed to best serve Broomfield employees. So that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions.
All right, well, thank you very much. We will proceed with public comment, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard on this item, please come to the podium, share your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Don't see anyone online. So questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So just something you said made me think, and I can't remember the answer if you covered it or if it was in the council memo, but regarding the bylaws and the approval of future changes to those bylaws, are those done by the entire membership with an election, or are those done by just the ERC?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. So changes to future bylaws would be made following proper procedure by members that are elected to the Employees Review Committee.
Okay, so they'll have an opportunity. Every employee will have an opportunity to review those bylaws before they are changed.
Every employee has already had the opportunity to review the draft bylaws. So the draft bylaws that were included with the council memo have also been shared with the employees in the city and county of Broomfield.
For sure, but future changes to those bylaws, will those be available for employees to review?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2223 on second and final reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2223 by title?
Ordinance number 2223, amending chapter 2-10, Employees Review Committee within the Broomfield Municipal Code.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2223 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published in full.
Second, Councilmember Lim.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to say I will be supporting this. I think it is great to have the employees actually making their own bylaws, especially since council cannot really be interfering with day-to-day operations and what employees do. So I don't think it's fair that we get to dictate how they should be represented, when they should be represented, and what the laws that they are governed by be created by us. It should be created by the employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lim.
I wanted to recognize the importance of this going forward. And at the same time, I am the council rep on the Medical Care Employees Plan Board of Trustees. And we had the opportunity at that last meeting to recognize those who have served on that board for a long time, for decades, actually. So I wanted to recognize Officer Sean McLaughlin and Monty Hefner for their years of service to the medical board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion? All right, then there's no amendments. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance.
Mayor.
Oh, we did that.
No,
we
you,
did.
you're in the right. I just want to clarify the motion and I might have heard it wrong.
Okay,
Was the motion to publish by title or publish in full?
it says,
Publish in full. And I just want to make sure that was intentional because typically on second reading, we publish by title.
it says by
Oh, it
title
says-
in my script.
Mine says published in full,
Can you redo
so I
it?
can redo it if you'd
If-
like me to.
That, I know our clerk's office would appreciate that.
Yeah,
All right, so instead of published in full, just published by title.
by title.
All right.
Okay.
So Mayor, I will say, ordinance number 2223 be adopted on second and final reading in order published by title.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Lim?
Second, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we're moving on from discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Delgadillo. Yes. Henkel. Jazersky.
Yes.
Leslie.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Marsh Holshan.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. The final item under council business this evening is a public hearing in council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-99 relating to the North Area Tanks and Pump Station. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. In this matter, the city is the applicant. City Council's role remains the same, which is the decision-making body on the land use application. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant. And finally, questions from city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Burton-Zetti, Co-Director of Community Development, will begin the presentation. Her team member, our other co-chair of, not co-chair, but co-leader of Community Development, Katie Allen is also here. Director of Public Works, Ken Rutt, is here. And for additional questions, I just wanted council to know that North Metro Fire Marshal Steve Goslin is also in the audience to field additional questions. With that, Ms. Burton-Zetti, please kick us off.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. Broomfield is proposing a site development plan amendment to install 3 partially buried water tanks as well as a pump station to the south of the Anthem filing number 24 neighborhood, which is also called the Anthem Reserve neighborhood. The proposed infrastructure is necessary to provide support to new and existing development within the northern portion of Broomfield. The site is generally east of Lowell and south of Sheridan Parkway. The proposed location has been selected due to the elevation necessary for the water tank operations, as well as the proximity to the current and future developments that is needed to be served by the tanks. Ms. Allen, on behalf of the Capital Improvement Division, will be discussing the site selection in greater detail as part of the applicant presentation. The proposed tank site in Anthem 24 has been identified as a future location for the water tanks for over 20 years due to the ground elevation. Broomfield's water system model identified a future water system capital expansion needs based on the future storage at this location. When the Anthem PUD was originally approved back in 2006, it established the uses permitted within the Anthem PUD planned unit development, the custom zoning for the Anthem area. The property was then, that is now known as tracks B and E, was then identified as track W32 as open lands. It referenced that municipal water storage tanks weren't allowed use in tract W32, subject to Broomfield approval. During the development review process, the Anthem 24 developer set aside property for future water storage as part of Anthem filing number 24. And that plat was finalized in 2016. Next slide. Oh, actually, if we could stay there. I have more to say. Sorry, my presentation is going to be a little lengthy tonight. The 400-foot by 400-foot square tract E was based on the best available information at the time. And that was, I should say, without a complete design done at that time, but it was based on the best information that we had. The approved site development plan for the site simply stated that the area would be a general area for future potential water tank, without additional clarification of the size or the configuration of the needed storage. Based on the knowledge available during the platting of Anthem filing number 24, staff anticipated the need for a 6 million gallon potable water storage in this location. The reference to a future potential water tank on the SDP is an alert of potential future development and was not a binding promise obligating the city to a specific design, layout, or number of tanks. The consideration of the proposed site development plan amendment is the process to consider the final design, layout, and number of tanks for this area of Anthem filing number 24. Now, next slide. We have 2 videos tonight to show where this site development plan is being considered. So if you could show the first video. This first video, we have 2 because they show different perspectives. The first was taken with a drone and it starts facing south along Lowell. It's kind of from the existing parking for the trailhead there. So the pump station will be just south of that parking area, and then it pans to the east across the site of the future water tanks as proposed. You can see the Anthem 24 neighborhood as we continue panning towards the north. There's Lowell Boulevard. You can see Sheridan Parkway in the distance. And then we're going to pan continuing to the west. Again, you can see the continuation of Sheridan Parkway, and the Flatirons are in the distance, Wildgrass and Silverleaf neighborhoods, and then we'll continue until we're facing south on Lowell. Thank you for that video. So then the second video that we have is from the hilltop, and it's more of a perspective from an individual standing on the hilltop. I think this is the same video. If we could get video number 2. Thank you. There we go. So this is the viewpoint from the general location of the tank site. It began facing south east, and we pan across. Sorry, it looks like our video isn't loading quite as well. Panning towards the north, you can see the Anthem 24 neighborhood. Panning west, and Lowell, the Flatirons in the distance. You can see Lowell and Sheridan, and then we're going to continue panning back towards the south, and you can see the Wilcox neighborhood as well. And you can see the existing water tank. That is not a Brimfield tank, but it is located on the open space there. Thank you for those 2 videos. Next slide, please. The Brimfield Comprehensive Plan designation for this site is open lands. The comprehensive plan specifies that open lands are those public and private lands acquired or preserved in the public interest. They serve a variety of functions for Brimfield, including conserving and protecting natural, cultural, historic, or scenic resources, providing opportunities for recreation, shaping the pattern of growth and development, and preserving agricultural resources. The proposal as presented this evening is still consistent with the comprehensive plan designation of open lands. While the water tanks will be constructed entirely within the designated municipal tract E, the proposed pump station and associated parking and generators will be located on tract B, which is dedicated as open space. The City and County of Brimfield Charter provides specific direction for construction within properties that were purchased with open space funds or those that were dedicated as open space by a developer, which is how this property was acquired. The charter outlines the changes involving less than an acre of land are exempt from what we call the change in use requirements. The improvements located within Tract B are a total of 0.85 acres and do not trigger the change in use process described in the charter, but City Council still needs to confirm the exception due to the size, and they also need to confirm the payment to the Open Space Fund. For parcels exempt from the change in use provision, the charter still requires compensation to the Open Space Fund for the use of the land. Right now, Brimfield is valuing the undeveloped land for the purpose of the compensation to the Open Space Fund at $86,000 per acre. And applying that calculation to 0.85 acres of land, the payment to the Open Space Fund for the use of the open space would be $73,100. The council resolution approving the site development plan amendment includes the approval of a payment of $73,100 to the Open Space Fund for the use of the 0.85 acres of land as required by the charter. Next slide, please. The tanks will provide reuse and potable water storage to residents and businesses that are located north of 144th Avenue. And as I mentioned, are vital to providing fire protection and service to the areas in this portion of Brimfield. The proposed tanks will be partially buried. They also feature a flat roof style with approximately 8 to 11 feet of the tanks extending vertically out of the ground, and about 25 to 30 feet of the tanks will be below the ground surface. The potable tanks have a diameter of 135 feet, while the reuse tank has a diameter of 154 feet. The pump station will be about 9,010 square feet and is approximately 30 feet in height. Fencing used to secure the site will be 7 feet in height and decorative metal style with some angled tips. This is an improvement from an early preliminary plan that had shown barbed wire, which is no longer proposed. Similarly, the flat roof of the structures is an improvement to minimize visual impact of the tanks. The proposal will include associated generators adjacent to the pump station, as well as a relocation of the existing trail system in the hilltop viewpoint. Once completed, it is expected that the tanks will generate 1 trip per day by a staff member, typically via a typical passenger style truck that would utilize the east-west trail from Irving Court to the tanks. They will also need to visit the pump station, which can be accessed from the trailhead parking area. I'll discuss a little bit more about access when we talk about the Land Use Review Commission meeting. Next slide, please. A study session was held in January of this year, and the memorandum was linked in our staff memorandum for this hearing tonight. The study session memorandum included details about the site selection process and other sites that were considered for the water tanks. Based on the direction that was provided at that study session, staff moved forward with the tanks in this location, and the site development plan amendment was submitted and reviewed following standard development review process. Planning staff has followed the typical development review process to evaluate the proposed application. As is required for site development plan amendments, a neighborhood meeting was held last summer regarding the prior to the formal application being submitted. The Land Use Review Commission reviewed the proposal in July of this year and recommended denial of the application by a unanimous vote of 7-0. And again, I'll provide a little more discussion of that on our next slide. All public hearing notice requirements were met for this project. As noted in more detail in the staff memorandum, a key issue was identified that residents have identified concerns with the proposed water tanks in this location. The correspondence folder for the memorandum includes emails and written correspondence, as well as a report from the Brimfield Voice website. Next slide, please. As LURC, as we call it, Land Use Review Commission, made a recommendation of denial. I wanted to take a little bit of time to walk through some of the concerns that were identified during the Land Use Review Commission meeting, as well as some of their recommendations. Although I should note they weren't a formal recommendation. The recommendation to council is a recommendation of denial. During the LURC public hearing, the commission raised concerns related to maintenance vehicles and employees driving on King Court and increasing traffic within the community. It was also recommended by LURC that staff explore redesigning the existing parking lot and pump station access to provide direct access to Lowell Boulevard. Staff did discuss this opportunity with Brimfield's traffic engineer, who advised against relocating the access to Lowell Boulevard. There was a letter of explanation that was linked to the staff memorandum with the more detailed explanation of why that was not recommended. Members of the Land Use Review Commission also stated that they felt alternative sites were not thoroughly explored for the proposal. The Capital Improvement Division, in coordination with the project consultant, prepared an alternative site analysis, which was presented to City Council in January of this year. Potential sites meeting the requirement were further reviewed for feasibility and suitability. Developed properties, including private properties and public parks, were removed from consideration, which really left 4 additional sites for alternative analysis. Based on the results of the site evaluation, the original site was identified as the preferred project location, and City Council directed staff at the January study session to proceed with this location with the partially buried option. And that was what it was submitted as part of the site development plan amendment and is before the City Council this evening. The Land Use Review Commission had provided a suggestion that staff explore landscape screening and berming to the proposed tank area to provide additional screening. And staff explored this option as well. There were concerns identified with the ability to provide berming and increasing vegetation, however. The area adjacent to the designated Tract E is city open space and does not have water or irrigation currently. The establishment of landscape materials significant enough to provide adequate screening of the tanks would require water and irrigation lines or frequent visits by water trucks. Without water, the landscaping would not be able to survive in this location in our climate. Additionally, the open space area is intended to be restored to its natural prairie environment, and screening materials such as evergreens are not consistent with species that are typically found in a habitat near a hilltop. Staff worked with the consultant to determine whether it was feasible to create some berms around the water tank area. The biggest challenge there is the northwest and west sides near King Court. The existing slope falls off very steeply in those locations. In order to place the berms in the area to a height that was great enough to screen the 8 to 11 feet that extends out of the ground, the slopes would need to exceed a 3-to-1 or 33% grade. Establishing vegetation on that steep of a slope would be very difficult, and it would likely lead to erosion of the berm over time. A paved concrete maintenance pathway is required to allow for service vehicles to access the proposed tanks. Currently, the paved trail is located to the east of the tanks, providing access to Irving Court. That's a cul-de-sac, which provides the most direct access path to the tanks and Tract E. At the Land Use Review Commission hearing, it was suggested that staff explore paving and widening the portion of the trail that goes to the south and then to the west of the tanks, originating from the parking lot that's accessed from King Court. This is currently shown as an 8-foot crusher fines trail. The intention of the suggestion was to eliminate maintenance vehicles accessing the site through Irving Court and directing the maintenance vehicles to the same point on King Court, where I mentioned they also have to access to visit the pump station. Staff reviewed the suggestion and determined that the paved trail area currently shown will have less impact on the open space and allow greater length of the trail to remain crusher fines. Crusher fines is the preferred option to accommodate trail users and maintains the character of the open space area. As discussed previously, tank maintenance vehicles are anticipated to visit the site about once a day and will typically be using a standard pickup truck for those types of trips. So we do not anticipate them causing significant disruption to the community. Also, during the Land Use Review Commission hearing, residents had identified concerns with sightings of a Chihuahuan meadowlark in the open space near the tank. Details regarding the wildlife and environmental studies completed for this project were included with staff's memorandum for council this evening. There have been 2 professional biologists working on aspects of this application. Those biologists have confirmed that the Chihuahuan meadowlark is not listed as a threatened or endangered species. So regardless of whether there are Western or Chihuahuan meadowlarks present, the recommendations of the report would not have been changed. As is done with all development projects, a biologist will also be required to revisit the site prior to construction commencing. We call this a 20-day letter because the visit has to occur within 20 days of the beginning of construction. Once that visit occurs, there will be additional potential recommendations from that biologist based on that updated visit and all requirements of the or recommendations of that biologist report will be followed, as is typical process for Broomfield. Next slide, please. The proposed site development plan amendment has followed Broomfield's typical development review process. The site development plan amendment must be reviewed consistent with the Broomfield Municipal Code requirements and will need to be reviewed against the findings of approval that are listed both in the memorandum as well as on the screen. They're probably a little more legible in your memorandum, since I know it's hard to read those screens when there's that many words. That concludes staff's presentation, but Ms. Allen has the applicant's presentation as well.
Thank you, Ms. Burton Zeddy. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record prior to beginning their presentation this evening?
Hi, good evening. Again, my name is Katie Allen. I'm the city and county engineer. Thank you, Ms. Burton Zeddy, for the very thorough presentation. Where my slides duplicate, I will move quickly since I know this is a long presentation. Next slide, please. So Broomfield needs additional water storage to support the existing needs as well as future growth in the city and county. A tank site has been planned for the Anthem 24 area for many years due to its location and site elevation. And it was first documented in planning and zoning documents in the 2006 Anthem West PUD, where it states municipal water storage tanks are allowed in tract W32 per CCOB approval. That is now, as Anna discussed, now tract B and tract E of Anthem 24. Tract E was dedicated in 2016 with the Anthem Filing 24 plat. At that time, engineering staff assumed we needed 6 million gallons of water storage, and we requested a 400 by 400 foot square. That was based on actually the Interlochen tank, which is 6 million gallons, and that's the approximate area of that site. And so that was our basis. Next slide, please. In 2018, the Public Works Department worked on a reuse model with Wright Water engineers. And that model and report indicated the need for a reuse water storage tank in this general area. A preliminary design and feasibility report for the project was completed in July 2022, which quantified the size and number of both potable and reuse tanks. The report also confirmed the need for a booster pump station for both the potable and reuse systems. So this project as proposed includes the construction of 2 3 million gallon potable water storage tanks and 1 4 million gallon reuse water storage tank, and a pump station housing 2 booster stations. Next slide, please. This slide just shows the service area. So it's everything in the city and county of Broomfield north of 144th Avenue. Next slide. So I wanted to spend some time and go back through the alternatives analysis since this was brought up by the Land Use Review Commission. The current site, the tract E, is just under 4 acres, and we're using an additional 0.85 acres for the pump station. So when we went to look at alternative sites, we said, okay, we need to look for sites that are 5 acres or larger. And then the current site, the median elevation is approximately 5,450 feet. So we thought it would be reasonable to look for properties within 100 feet of that. And so that would be 5,350 feet in elevation. And we were looking for parcels north of 144th Avenue. So it's difficult to see on the aerial, but if you take the aerial away, those yellow geometric shapes are 16 parcels that met those criteria. The red squiggly line is contour line 5350. And you can kind of see that some of those parcels just touch that contour line, or most of them sit outside of it. And we can talk about those later. So the center of that oblong area is the area that is above 5350. Next slide, please. So after we identified these 16 parcels, we started reviewing everything in more detail. 4 of the parcels are large lot residential lots with homes on them. And we felt like it was not the intent of the alternative site analysis to displace any residents. So the parcels with an R in them are those residential lots, and we recommended that those not be considered as alternative sites. There are 2 developed parks. They have the green P in them. One is the Wildgrass Park, just east of Sheridan. And the one to the north is Anthem Community Park. The west half of Anthem Community Park is actually below 5350. The east half is above. That's the area that has been under construction. There is some vacant land there today, but the site is planned, fully planned. And so for park uses, so we recommended that these 2 sites be removed from the alternatives analysis. Next, the very large parcel that says RES is the future site of the Broomfield Reservoir. Most of it is below 5350 feet, but there is some area near Sheridan that is above it. There was a complete design for the reservoir in 2009, but that will need to be redone and updated. We don't know exactly the limits of grading. We don't know where the pipe alignments will go, and we felt it was most prudent to leave this site alone for that future reservoir. So we recommended that the reservoir site be excluded from the alternatives. And then the Wildgrass open space where it says OS, doesn't really meet the criteria. It just touches the 5350 line at the border. So like 98% of it is below that line. So those parcels, those are 8 that I just discussed. So staff recommended that we take those off the list. Next slide, please. Okay, so zooming in to the south. So we have 3 parcels here. We have Holy Family High School, and there are some undeveloped areas on the Holy Family property that meet the criteria. But we are aware that Holy Family has expansion plans into those areas. They have submitted proposals in the past. So we felt like this wasn't really a reasonable site to analyze in depth. Next, in the middle there is Broomfield owned property with the Glasser Reservoir and the water treatment plant. The vacant area in between has quite a bit of piping. So in reality, this site is completely utilized. There's not spare area for tanks. And then further to the east is the Hoops property. The south half is below the 5350 line, but the north half is above it. Broomfield owns it. There's not future plans. So this became one of the sites we recommended for an alternatives analysis. Next slide. Okay, going to the north, across Sheridan from the reservoir property is Broomfield Open Lands. This property has been set aside also for reservoir construction. It was planned to help with the earthwork operations of the reservoir. In fact, a bridge or underpass was installed under Sheridan in about 2006, 2007 to facilitate those earthwork operations. So we felt like the south part of that parcel needed to be preserved for reservoir construction, but there was area to the north that could be evaluated for a tank site. So we recommended that this site stay on. And then the next property to the east, is Anthem 24. The tract E is the gray square. If you look over onto the aerial image, you'll see the red line. Those are oil and gas lines. So we have to stay away from those. But there are 2 areas we thought we could consider as alternate tank sites. One southeast of the gas line, and then one north between the west of the gas line between the homes and the gas line. So those sites were added. And then lastly, there are 2 parcels owned by McWinney that met the criteria. The one on the east we call the boot parcel. It looks like a boot with a really long toe. Most of that parcel is below the 5350 line. Then the other parcel is long and skinny and overlays on top of it. Combined, that was sufficient area. So we looked at it a little further. Unfortunately, those oil and gas lines shown in the aerial bisect those properties, and it doesn't leave a large enough remnant parcel for the tank site. Okay, so we took these recommendations to the city manager to check for concurrence, if they agreed with our logic. And we got their agreement. Next slide. So this is what we have. This is what we gave to our consultant to really evaluate these sites. So site 1 would be the Broomfield open lands parcel. Site 2 and 3 are in Anthem 24, and then site 4 is the Hoops property. And then we'll just say the original site for the current site plan. So our consultant evaluated these sites for proximity to existing utilities, proximity to existing residential neighborhoods, site grading, elevation and constructability, potable water system hydraulics, impact to project costs and operating costs, and project schedule impacts. Next slide. So this is a summary table looking at those categories and criteria for each site. So proximity to existing utilities is actually looking at the likelihood of having utility conflicts that we would have to deal with or possibly relocate utilities. Site 1 has the most utilities to contend with, and so that ranked the lowest. The original site and site 3 are relatively clear of utility conflicts. So those ranked the highest, and then sites 2 and site 4 are somewhere in between. Proximity to existing neighborhoods is exactly what it sounds like. All of these sites are generally near neighborhoods. We don't have a site that's out in the middle of nowhere. So we don't have none of the sites received 4 stars. But sites 1, 3, and 4 are slightly further from neighborhoods than the original site or site 2. So, so those scored higher. Site grading, elevation, and constructability. So sites that do not have a hill require more excavation to partially bury the tanks. So this analysis looked at the same conditions as the original site and applied those to the different sites. So we assumed they'd be partially buried in all sites. So sites that don't have a hill require more excavation, which is more costly and harder to construct. Also, a hill can provide natural screening of the structures, and sometimes the ability to set the tank lower, the pump station lower than the tanks, which is in our current proposal, which is advantageous. So the current site scored the highest for constructability and elevation. Site 3, which is to the south and east, also on Anthem 24, is ranked second because it's also on a hill. It is 56 feet lower, so that's why I didn't score as high as the current site. Site 2 is on a hill, but it's kind of sandwiched between a pretty significant ravine and the gas line. So this makes it difficult to construct. It's also 90 feet lower in elevation. And site 1 is quite a bit lower. It's the lowest spot, 93 feet lower than the existing site, and would require excavation of the pump station about 17 feet below grade. And then site 4 is actually flatter and would require the most earthwork to partially bury the tanks and to maintain the elevation difference between the tanks and the pump station. And this site is 69 feet lower than the original site. The next criteria looks at potable water system hydraulics, specifically pump sizing and horsepower requirements, as well as the ability to isolate the tank from the water treatment plant and the main distribution line from the water treatment plant. If something were to disrupt the 24-inch line leaving the plant, it could impact the ability to deliver water to the northern portion of Broomfield. So the locations east of Lowell, including the original site, and sites 2 and 3 are ranked higher than sites 1 and 4 because they are more isolated off the water treatment plant. Location 4 is ranked the lowest due to its proximity to the water treatment plant. And the original site is ranked the highest because of its elevation. It's going to have smaller pumping requirements because gravity is doing more of the work. Impact to project capital costs and operating costs is next. The capital cost differences are largely due to earthwork and excavation. And operating costs relate to the ongoing pumping costs. The original site has the lowest pumping costs and the lowest earthwork compared to the others, followed by sites 3 and 4, and then sites 1 and 2. And then project schedule impacts. So changing sites would impact the schedule because it would necessitate, a redesign. So in this table, the original site has the fewest schedule impacts, and all other 4 sites would hit the schedule. We should acknowledge, though, that sites 2 and 3 are in Broomfield open space. And if they were moved into open space, they would exceed the 1 acre. And so the change in use process would be required. My understanding of it is that council could approve the change in use, and then there would be a 90-day waiting period following that resolution. If there was a petition against the change in use, it would then go to the ballot. So those 2 sites have theoretically more schedule risk than the other sites.
And Mayor, before Ms. Allen continues, we appreciate council's patience, as all have already seen all of this and directed to the current site. But for the public, we thought it would be prudent to ensure that there was at least a summary of the additional site analysis.
No, I appreciate going over the alternative site analysis because it was mentioned in the LERC recordings that that was not thoroughly vetted, or we didn't thoroughly explore these alternatives. So I'm glad that we are reviewing that for folks who didn't see it.
Sure. Yeah. And let me clarify. The reason that LERC, that this presentation was not provided to LERC was because council had already directed to this site.
So in summary of the alternatives analysis, overall, the original site ranked highest in every category except proximity to existing neighborhoods. And as Manager Hoffman just stated, council directed us to proceed with this site following the January study session. Okay, next slide. So we proceeded to develop this site plan. As Anna noted, the project includes 2 3 million gallon potable tanks and 1 4 million gallon reuse water tank within Tract E. The construction of the pump station to the southwest off the current parking lot and trailhead would be in Tract B and taking up 0.85 acres. The proposal includes landscape screening around the pump station and landscape enhancements off of King Court and Irving Court where there is existing irrigation. There will be additional fill or berming for the reconstructed overlook. And as Ms. Burton-Zetti mentioned, we are not proposing to extend irrigation and plant trees around the tanks themselves. We have steep slopes in some areas that make this very challenging. It's not typical application in open space. And we don't recommend introducing irrigation water around the tanks. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the access to the tanks from Irving Court. As Ms. Burton-Zetti mentioned, this would be concrete to allow the inspector to drive their truck to the tank site. It's planned as is normal, it would be 1 pickup truck per day. This is not an unusual situation. Broomfield has many utility stations in open space, including the Ridgeview Heights lift station, the Lockamore lift station, the Willow Run lift station, the Outlook lift station, the Zuni Pond aeration station, and so on. The photo below shows the Outlook lift station and the access location off of Berthoud Trail. So in this location as well, 1 pickup truck enters between those houses on the path over the short distance on the Lake Link Trail to the Outlook station. This is a similar scenario. Next slide, please. The pump station will also be inspected once per day with a passenger pickup. They will enter through the existing parking lot off of King Court. As Ms. Burton-Zetti mentioned, the Land Use Review Commission thought a separate entrance off of Lowell should be provided for that one pickup truck. It's obviously a very low traffic volume and was not recommended by traffic engineering. Next slide, please. This just goes over the open space charter requirement, but I think we went over that in detail with the payment to the open space fund. Next slide, please. This is elevations of the proposed pump station. The proposed architecture matches the Broomfield Municipal Building suite of materials, including the eggplant exposed block with the beige accent striping and the brown or bronze standing seam metal roof. Next slide. This slide shows the tank elevations. They are partially buried tanks and they feature flat roofs and will be painted a neutral color consistent with the natural surroundings. The potable tanks will have 4.5 feet to 11 feet above ground, depending where you are on the slope. And that goes to the top of the rail, actually, that elevation. The reuse tank varies from 5.75 feet to 10.5 feet above ground. 25 to 30 feet of the tanks is buried below grade, or will be buried below grade. Next slide, please. All right, so these are perspectives, and let me try to get you oriented. So the first full row is a perspective from Lowell Boulevard, looking to the northeast. On the left is the view with immature vegetation. The middle graphic shows mature vegetation, so you can see the trees got bigger. And the photo on the right shows the pump station at night with the motion detection lighting tripped. So that's what that shows. The bottom row is an aerial view of the pump station with the same 3 scenarios: immature vegetation on the left, mature vegetation, and then the pump station with the motion detection activated. The picture in the upper right corner is in a nighttime emergency situation with all lights activated. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows perspectives from King Court. So the top row is as you approach the turn off into the parking lot. So you can see the tanks up on the right. The first image on the left is with immature vegetation. The middle picture is with mature vegetation, and then the black picture is at night. The middle row is further east, approximately where the car is parked in the top row. So you can see on the left is the view with immature vegetation, then mature vegetation, and then at night. And then the last row is from Irving Court. So you are looking southwest. On the left is immature vegetation, and then mature vegetation, and then at night. Next slide. I don't know if you can see the numbers, but the top row represents views 1, 2, and 3. These are essentially along the backyards along West 154th Avenue. So the first graphic on the left is the most eastern viewpoint. So it's looking into the existing retaining walls. You can't see the tanks from there. Then moving west about midway down 154th Avenue. Again, you're looking into the retaining walls. You can't see the tanks. And then moving to the west side of 154th Avenue, the retaining walls pull away. They move south from there. So they're further in the distance, and you can start to see the tank, one of the potable tanks in that view. The bottom three photos show the views from the overlook. So bottom left is looking southwest, so you can see one of the tanks in the view because they are to the south. The middle one is looking due west. The tanks are not obstructing the western view, and the one on the right is to the northwest. And the tanks are not in that view. Next slide. This slide just sort of zooms in. It shows the existing parking lot in the aerial photo and then the proposed changes on the left. Currently, the sidewalk and trail are on the east side of the parking lot. It will be relocated to the west side so the trail can wrap around the future pump station. And also OSTAC requested a trail connection to Lowell Boulevard. So that's the straight across east-west trail connection. The generators are shown in the plan. The photos below are similar generators, similar generator in two different views. I believe this generator is at the water treatment plant. And next slide, last slide. If approved, the proposed schedule would be for staff to bring a construction agreement to council later this fall. If council approves the construction agreement, the contractor would begin procurement of long lead items, submit requests for permits, and finish pre-construction activities. The contractor would move on site in early 2024 to begin extensive site work operations. Construction access off of Lowell will be created. The contractor will have trailers in the laydown area. During construction and for safety, the western half of the open space area will be closed. That includes the trailhead parking off of King Court. Construction is expected to take 24 months to complete. Testing and startup would be in late 2025 to allow for the tanks to be operational for use in spring 2026. That concludes my presentation. And we'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allen and Ms. Burton-Zetti. Seeing that it is 8:01, I think this would be a good time for us to take our 10-minute recess and come back at 8:11 to start public comment. So thank you. We'll see you at 8:11. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Would everyone please take their seats so we can proceed with public comments? Thank you so much. We're going to start the public comment period, which will be limited to 90 minutes, but we should be fine. We don't have full sign up. For those here to make public comment tonight, thank you. We also want to share with the residents that council has reviewed the emails and correspondence submitted to the city, and they have been added to the record. If your comment repeats what a person said before, we request that you indicate your agreement without repeating everything that person said prior. This will help with time, and we appreciate your cooperation. We'll hear from 6 in-person individuals, then 1 phone caller until we hit the limits addressed, but we won't exceed those. Priority will be given to those who indicated their Broomfield residents. As we call your name, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, or and limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you're joining by phone, please press *3 and state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. There's 2 people in the queue. So we will start. I'll go ahead and call the first 5. I'll call the first 6. First is Leonard Giuliano. Then there's Amelia, Roxy Jewell, Adam Gobetti, Chelsea May, and Christine Brazaskas. Got me.
Live in the Wilcox neighborhood. I'm going to start with, I thought I would have other people in front of me, but hypocrisy that's all I've ever heard from the Anthem Reserve neighborhood, from the residents. For every emotional issue they will identify, the very presence of their development has had approximately 30 times the impact on the hill now they're trying to protect. What they're saying is ignore the needs of the entire city and county, put on your blinders and only look at less than 5 acres that will be visible by less than 25 houses that could coincidentally sit more than 18 feet above the ground. I would like to speak factually now. Within the last 2 weeks, the Public Works Departments for the city and county of Broomfield measured hydrant water pressure over a 5-day period along Lowell Boulevard, approximately 30 feet lower than the existing hydrants in Anthem Reserve development. The report revealed the water pressures regularly drop below 40 PSI, and interestingly enough, these pressures drops were not isolated to after-hour irrigation usage. This occurred in the daytime hours too. Additionally, using rule of thumb calculations, the pressure at Anthem Reserve would most probably be under 30 PSI, and it's no wonder why several of the homes already have installed booster water pumps in their houses. I'm sure that they're hoping that their insurance companies don't find out about this, because that's a significant drop in water pressure and there's no fire flows. The need for the water tanks has been identified for over 5 years. Actually, it's over 20 now from the previous speakers. Changes in the proposed plan address issues that were recently identified by the tremendous growth to the north and the Marshall Fire incident. Now, I am to understand that failure to maintain a water system is one of the issues that governmental immunity can be waived, which means not proceeding with this project in the optimal position with the elevation and stuff could open the city and county to significant financial judgments. To reiterate, you have a responsibility to provide the necessary fire flows to the entire city and county, including the most vulnerable neighborhood, Anthem Reserve. I'm saying you have to protect them too. This is in their best interest. I open this with the word hypocrisy and would like to close with the same subject. Anthem Reserve is significantly vulnerable to catastrophic fire with their high-density tract homes with combustible sidings at the top of a hill surrounded by plenty of vegetation and wood fences. If such an unfortunate event were to occur, I can assure you there'll be some of the residents filing suit against the city and county if the water supply is not optimally provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Amelia. I am a resident of Broomfield City and County. I'm here to speak to you about the serious concerns that I, as well as many other of the residents within Broomfield, have about the proposed development of the water tanks and the large pump house, as well as generators. The first concern is about the threats that the water tanks will pose to the neighborhoods as far as where they are located. Being on top of a hill, they are overlooking a community with several homes. And those homes have been in the area ranging from 2 to even decades long. In the event of a rupture, what is the plan for how that water is going to be contained, or what the path of least resistance is, which is how water goes? Where is it going to go other than into the backyards and the homes of these residents? Another concern is about the restricted access to the neighborhoods in the area and how this building process is going to cause significant danger to the residents because emergency services vehicles will be restricted from access to some of the residential properties. This concern is very near and dear to my heart because my own father died from a severe stroke after emergency services vehicles could not reach him in time. Another concern is about the danger and unnecessary threats that are going to take place to the wildlife and their natural habitat in this area. The water tanks are being built on a site that has already become home to wildlife, including their nesting grounds. And while the meadowlark may not be listed on some of the protection websites, it is protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which means that even its nesting grounds are not supposed to be damaged, and those are nesting grounds. Another concern is about the irresponsible and excessive industrialization of this community area. The proposed water tanks are just one of several industrial projects that have been proposed for Northern Broomfield. And it feels as though the city is sacrificing the quality of life for the residents of this city in exchange for the industrialization. Another concern is about the waivers that residents in the community were being forced to sign, labeled Exhibit F. Home buyers were being forced to sign these exhibits under duress with threats of not being allowed to close on their home. These waivers essentially absolve the city of any and all liability in the event of an accident or disaster. This is not only unethical, it is unfair to force people to sign these waivers, and it is unlawful to force someone into signing a contract while they are under duress. Another concern, not only about the unethical and illegal verbiage of the waivers that would allow the city and county to essentially plow down a neighborhood child without any liability of responsibility being held to the city and county. This is unacceptable and it is inhumane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. We're not going to have clapping because it's just going to add time. So I appreciate your enthusiasm. I do, but it just adds time to the meeting. Thank you. Okay.
Roxy Julia Lackamore. I'm actually for this project. I'm from the plains. You need the tanks. You need them as high as you can get them. You run out of water. Nobody's going to be living in those homes when you run out of water. So one way or the other, you're going to have to get something. So if you decide on not doing these tanks, that's up to you guys. But you need the tanks for the people to have water for multiple reasons, not just for the fire danger, but because someday you might just need that water for drinking. But if you don't have the water, you're not going to be home because they're going to condemn your home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Gobetti, Ward 5, McKay Landing. So optimized is not optimal. Now, I've actually spent quite a bit of time up there on what I think some of us lovingly call Mount Broomfield, and it's something special. So the video we saw earlier didn't quite capture it. That's not a criticism. I've done some filming up there as well, and I certainly couldn't capture it either. So we need to think about these things. It's something pretty special. It's obviously something that we all feel strongly about. Great to see so many of my neighbors here, particularly good because I know it's harder to connect on Nextdoor these days. So a bad decision was made back in January, and I get it. It's a dull, boring topic to spend council and staff time trying to look more into the alternatives. The amazing staff did so much work, even for what we saw here. I wish we were better about sharing this kind of information more broadly. But the council has a chance. You know, the 100% against from the LERC review, that's strong feedback. We're hearing from our neighbors, that's strong feedback. The work that was already done, even though more work wasn't done because staff was directed not to dig into it further. I know back in January, there was more exciting topics like bringing in hot button national and state issues to our little town. But this is the boring, dull stuff that we need to focus on. And, you know, it's something that's been neglected for years. You know, 2018 to 2022, the operating budget goes up 53%, but public works only goes up 1%. I know it's not as much fun as talking about other uses of water, like a 4.5 acre lake. That's going to take 11 million gallons. I think twice as much or more than twice as much as what these towers would hold of potable water. But these are the things that need to be prioritized. These are the things we need to spend more time on. So I'll just strongly ask that we deny this application and then look into other more appropriate ways to shore up the water system. And I'll just make a more general ask that we prioritize these kinds of discussions, boring as they are, because that's what our city needs the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, council and staff. Broomfield Days was great. I'm Christine Brzezinskis from Anthem. And my ask is, you've all read my emails. I've been emailing, I think, for the past year now. But I just want to reiterate that my concern is this hilltop is such a special place. And there are alternatives to the partially buried tanks. There are, we can bury them. We're looking at a price tag right now around 80 million. There is other procurement methods that we could use to probably get that price tag down and achieve the goal of burying the tanks. I mean, a lot of people aren't really thrilled with the location, but if we're going to be stuck with the location, let's find a win-win solution and bury these things. Denver does it all the time. It's standard practice. And a design build agreement, you bring in another contractor, CMAR. I am still shocked that we have a contractor on board that has, in my opinion, not been thoroughly vetted and has not been able to provide constructability review and value engineering that could drastically change the outlook of this project. And my ask would be that you spend the time, deny this now, and send it back for further review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chelsea May?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
Went out of order.
Okay.
I'm Chelsea May, Broomfield resident. Do you need to restart the clock?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you for catching that.
We all love water. I don't think anyone in here is denying the fact that we all love water and we all agree that Broomfield needs water. I think the question is where. And I'm not convinced that the alternative site study really looked at other sites that didn't take us to the direction of the answer that we wanted. And I think we need to relook at some sites and see if we can find a win-win solution. Per section 173820 or 220 of the code, and as stated in your proposal, the decision of the city council should be based on whether the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed amendment to the site development plan, which is the whole reason we're here, because this was not intended to be used the way it's being used, meets the following standards, among others. Standard 1, the proposal should identify and mitigate potential negative impacts on nearby properties and maximize potential positive impacts to nearby properties. Clearly, that's not the case. One of the reasons this project was rejected by the Land Use Commission was the numerous potential negative impacts that this would have on our community. Loss of open space trails, 30 minutes a week of high decibel sounds from testing an extremely large generator within 100 yards of a neighborhood filled with families and children, demolishing one of the most beautiful view tops in the area, which can be seen from miles away, not just from 16 houses, literally building an industrial tank project in the backyards of a residential neighborhood. And that's the reason that this project was done the way it was. I know we're saying, you know, we only needed 400 by 400 feet track to bury this one tank, which is what the original plan was. And now things have changed, but what hasn't changed is the people. The people are still there. And when we're looking at alternative sites, I think we should look at sites where there's not people. And there's plenty of industrial areas around Broomfield that we can look at. There's 160th and Huron next to the firehouse. There's the whole McWinney development that hasn't even been done yet. Why aren't we looking at taking some of that land? We don't have to bury the tanks, but doing something that's not going to impact people. The proposal, one of the standards was also that the proposal should include adequate facilities for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. I think we've heard that this project's going to create a hindrance to pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. The project will, as designed, will eliminate an entrance to the neighborhood during this long construction process. It's going to decimate newly created trails and demolish an already established ecosystem created over decades and decades, which can't be easily replaced. I have a lot more to say, but I guess in my 12 seconds left, I'll just say, you know, we're your constituents and we all love water and we want the same things that you do. We just wish that you would listen a little bit more to understand instead of respond so we can find a solution together. So.
Thank you. We're going to go to one of our residents on the phone and then we'll do, that's Andreas Miller. And then in person, we will have David Matthews, Mike Pierce, Andrew Coster, Ted Wallace, and Erica Dahl, if y'all want to line up. But we're going to go to the phone right now. And Andreas Miller, you're live. You have 3 minutes.
Alrighty, so I've heard a lot tonight from kind of like an adult perspective, but I thought it'd be cool, you know, if this came from a team perspective. So my name is Andreas. I am a resident of Broomfield, Colorado, and I live in Anthem Reserve. I am 14 years old, and I'm here to address the tank project like everyone else has been. So our city's open sources are not plots of land, as most know. They are important assets that contribute to our community's well-being and identity. These areas provide a getaway for residents seeking refuge from the hustle and bustle of daily life and are important for living a healthy life. They serve sanctuaries for bikers, walkers, and wildlife alike, offering recreational opportunities and promoting physical and mental well-being. These spaces are essential to the quality of life we cherish in Broomfield, as well as others outside of Broomfield. Many of my friends will commonly use these trails for biking, socializing, and getting away from the city. I also know many other teens who use this space as well for socializing, biking, walking, and more. I think it's important to highlight most teens my age are for extending infrastructure. You know, our roads in Colorado suck, and other utilities we use daily have lots of room for improvement. I think lots could agree. Although infrastructure is very important, it's one thing to tear something out that's 20 years old and put something new. That's something we teens cheer for, and it's an improvement for sure. But it's something completely different if it was already developed, more specifically less than 4 years ago. I kind of want to highlight the fact that the city has already invested substantial resources in developing and maintaining Anthem Hilltop. This investment is you guys have done a really good job. You guys were on a good track of creating open spaces, and a lot of communities lack that in Colorado. There's less and less open space. But given the resources already spent on Anthem Hilltop, it raises questions about if that's really worth gutting it out and dropping over $40 million in water tanks on land that was literally just developed. This is just something me and teens and family are very frustrated about. This is not a good move forward. While I acknowledge the importance of water infrastructure, including fire, hydrants, and water pressure being low, you can still solve these problems with a different site. I don't know why this keeps coming up during the meeting where, maybe fire hydrant pressure is lower or whatever, and we're being hypocritical. We are for water, but you can solve all of these problems by putting it somewhere else. I think it was the site that ranked second on the list, that you can easily, if you did that site instead, this would be so much better for people and wildlife, and it would still solve all these problems. I urge
Andreas,
the city council to
can you wrap up your thoughts, please? Your time has expired. But go ahead and make your final thoughts.
I
Sorry.
request the city council to evaluate and deny this proposal immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, David Matthews.
Good evening. As some of you know, I serve on the Charter Review Committee. Oh, I'm supposed to tell you I'm David Matthews and I live in Anthem. So as some of you know, I serve on the Charter Review Committee. And over the last several months, I've personally come to learn about the time commitment that serving on council takes. It's far more than I originally thought, and I can't expect all of you to be fully educated on every single issue. And I know it's budget season, and in our last Charter Review town hall, it was mentioned that the budget document was something around 1,000 pages. And the document tonight, with all the attachments for the water tank project, is over 200 pages long. And knowing what I know now, it would be impossible for me to expect the council members to fully review this project and have an understanding of what CCOB is asking you to approve tonight and have a full understanding of the history of the project. When Anthem Filing 24 was approved, those members of City Council were very clear that if there were to be any changes to the hilltop, the public was to be involved and the public's opinion would be valued. That council also required a disclosure be made to all buyers that the water tank was part of the site plan. I work in the real estate industry, so I was able to read and understand my title commitment, which had somewhere around 50 exceptions, including the PUD filing. I knew there was a water tank coming, but upon further investigation, the city engineer said the tank would be buried, so I wasn't really concerned with it. There was never a mention of multiple tanks or a 9,000 square foot pump house that would be built 3 houses away from me. More importantly, there was no disclosure made by the builder or developer about this water tank. And the average home buyer had no idea this was even a plan for one tank. And CCOB never followed up with home buyers to make sure they got proper disclosure, even though other disclosures are part of the permitting process. And most home buyers weren't notified if they had already closed until after that June 2022 meeting. In my opinion, CCOB had plenty of opportunities to make sure home buyers were made aware, but they ignored this. In one of the very first meeting minutes about the project, there's a line that says something along the lines of, "We will do this project and we'll notify the public, but with an approach as an FYI approach and won't really solicit public feedback." This doesn't match the spirit of what the previous city council wanted to see happen with this hilltop. The attitude of an FYI approach has been felt in every interaction between CCOB and the public regarding this project, starting with the meeting in June of 2022. That meeting was filled with misinformation, such as telling residents that the project would be fenced with chain link fence and barbed wire, and that it wasn't in the budget to bury the tanks. There's been no real effort to take in feedback, and you can read CCOB's responses on The Voice and feel that overall tone that they have towards the residents' concerns. I understand the need for water, and I simply request that you amend the plan to move the tanks to a better location with less impact on the residents, or bury the tanks as the city engineer said would happen. There are so many special places, or there's not as many special places as this hill in our city. So please don't be the ones to ruin that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Pierce.
Hi, I'm Mike Pierce. I live in Anthem too. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. You're aware that LERC voted unanimously in July 7-0 to recommend denying the project in this location. The 3 reasons cited for that decision were: the proposal did not identify and mitigate potential negative impacts on nearby properties. It did not identify and maximize potential positive impacts on nearby properties. And the proposal did not provide for open area at a rate of not less than 40% of the developable site in residential areas. When coming to these 3 conclusions, the commissioners uttered a few quotes, the following quotes that I think do a good job of explaining why this project is being proposed in the wrong location. Commissioner Mickelson said, "That doesn't sound like the best thought out design." She continued, "You guys feel like you've been misled," that's us, "because developers weren't forthcoming. I know there's a responsibility of informing potential buyers." End quote. My note here is I agree a lot with what David just said. If the responsibility was on the developer to inform us all of what this project was going to be, what are the teeth behind that? Like, if they failed to do that, what's the repercussion? I'm unaware of one. Commissioner Williford said, "I feel the pain in the room. I'd have the same pain. I don't necessarily feel like all of the access and layout is as good as it could be for the neighborhood adjacent to this development." Commissioner Goodenough said, "I know it's hard to listen to it. Maybe we could try harder." Commissioner Lind had a number of quotes that I wanted to cover here. He begins with, "This is certainly, in my opinion, a poorly chosen site despite its functionality because of the negative impact to the neighborhood and to the general public. There's no place to replicate this view. I still don't have the confidence that we have full clarity on how deeply these alternate sites have been explored. I'd like to see more robust communication, in particular with the residents who have come tonight to delineate the full disclosure of those feasibility studies, rather than just, here's a high hill that should work best for all of this. There are other high points in the area. They might not be as high, but where's the dollar value in choosing a lower site with a bigger pump station that has less of an impact to residents?" He goes on to say, "So we buy a bigger pump and put the tanks near the industrial buildings that are going up over there. I realize it's not optimal. However, the negative impact to 100 different families and robbing one of the highest points in our town as a vista, as an attraction to put in the infrastructure rather than spending more on a pump and making a more efficient installation. Hey, you don't have to bury the tanks. It would be cheaper for the tanks to move it over towards 160th. His last quote was, "Lower elevation, bigger pump house. Let's take that type of consideration." My own thoughts, that's the end of that quote. My own thoughts in my last few seconds here. Broomfield has grown successfully up through now without the need to place water tanks on this particular hill. I'm not confident that enough research has been done to find an alternate location that'll satisfy elevation and cost requirements without being built in someone's backyard. I would just ask, what is the point of LERC if they vote 7-0 and we don't follow their recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Andrew Coster, Anthem Reserve. I want to start by saying how much as a foreigner I appreciate, and I hope that the young kids in here can appreciate what it means to have a representative government. So to Todd and Heidi, for everything that you've done and the communication you've had with us, it's been greatly appreciated. I want to echo the sentiments regarding the Land Use Commission, because I think much of the reluctance to get behind this project, to get behind the city staff, has been the dismissive nature with which our questions have been addressed. We've had months of this. It took the Land Use Commission a 2-hour hearing to shoot holes in it, not to vote 4-3, not 5-2, not 6-1. In 2 hours, they voted 7-0. And that was just, and I think about, like, we've spoken about these alternative sites. You know, they put up 3 stars and 4 stars. What is 3 stars? What is 4 stars? How much is 3 stars worth? And then we also talk about, like, we're building, these things have a usable life of 50, 75, 100 years. Where is the solar plan? Where is the alternative energy plan to make this more green? Like, there are so many questions that haven't been answered, that when if you vote yes, you vote yes to spending $80 million of our money with so many question marks that are, number one, not aligned with the overarching goal of being a resident of Broomfield and being part of this community. But also, you know, what are we striving to be, not for us today, but for the generations to follow? Are we going to be the ones that go, oh yeah, that last remaining hilltop, it was $7 million more to bury it at the time. And if you guys remember, I sent you an email, $7 million across all the residents comes out to $91 over 50 years to bury the tanks. So I think it's about perspective. A lot of work has been done, but sometimes just stepping back and realizing you will never regret voting no tonight, but your kids could very possibly regret that you vote yes and that one spot is now gone forever. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Ted Wallace, or if, I mean, and then Erica. Okay. Thanks.
Council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, I'm Ted Wallhouse from Anthem Reserve. I really have a lot of empathy for the tough decision you have to make tonight. It requires you to really be thoughtful and think through an enormous amount of information. City Manager Hoffman, same to you. I know that you're juggling 10 million plates over there And it's very difficult, and it's probably very easy for you to hit the easy button on this. What I start to have trouble with in terms of the empathy is the due diligence that I find lacking. There's a lot of conversations about us doing our due diligence, and we have tried. I don't know about you, but I've been brought up in an environment where I've been taught that none of us succeeds without the help of others. Do you recognize in your constituents in this community, we have engineers, not only engineers, but engineers that specifically have specialized knowledge and expertise in exactly these kinds of projects. And they brought ideas to the table. We've had a little bit of an audience. And we've asked a lot of questions, but we really feel ignored. I looked at these presentations tonight, there's lacking information and there's filters there. In the study session, no disrespect, but Mayor Pro Tem, you asked a question, did the residents know about this project? City Manager Hoffman, you said, bless their hearts. They really want to filter this information the way they see fit for their point of view. I would suggest to you that the filter needs to be on the other side of the fence. You are filtering information and you're not complete with the information. And we brought ideas to the table and we don't feel listened to. You have an opportunity tonight to push the pause button and stop this. Let's look at these locations. We don't think that they've been looked at very carefully. And why do we say that? Because of the information that we have. And we may not have all the information, but this is a community and your constituents care. I would ask you to pause, do your due diligence, do the right thing. And we did, Mayor Pro Tem, get an email from the city engineer that said a single buried tank right before that meeting with only less than 50% of the community done. Two options. Think about relocating, possibly bury the tanks and preserve that beautiful hilltop. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Dahl?
Erica Dahl, I live in Broomfield. Okay, so other than Boulder, and I mean this in all seriousness, other than Boulder, what other city or county in the Denver metro area has a view like that? Boulder doesn't even have a view that expansive, but I can guarantee if they did, they wouldn't put a pump house, 3 water tanks, and a 7-foot fence on that spot because they recognize the importance that open space has in our communities. By the way, have you seen that fence? It literally looks like maximum security prison. To anyone who argues that we are only complaining because it affects our views, you are dead wrong. As more and more areas fill in with housing and commercial projects, this space will have even more value. In 10 years, think of the growth and how important it will be to have this hilltop area to get away from it all. I love water. Water is awesome. No one said we don't need water towers. Why do they have to be in the gem of Broomfield? Why would they lead us on to believe it was a beautiful open space and build a trail and benches only to rip it all out? Why should industrial things be in residential neighborhoods? Why go so far out of your way to make it neighbor friendly when you could make it super duper un-neighbor friendly in an industrial area? You could pump to your heart's content somewhere else. The alternative sites are all a little bit less than 100-foot difference. Are you saying your pumps can't pump 100 feet more? How does 100 yards from residents still earn you 2 stars for how much it affects neighbors? 100 yards is nothing. Just curious, what does it take to get 0 stars? Does it literally need to be next to my toilet? All your criteria for why alternative sites won't work involve money or machines having to dig deeper. Are you doing this by hand with garden shovels? You're saying money is more important than preserving the view? Just remember, once you ruin this open space, you can never unruin it. I guess I'm just like almost brought to tears because I just feel it's hard. I'm from Boulder, and what I've seen them do in the last 7-8 years and all the upward growth and I just, it concerns me. And there were areas in Boulder and Broomfield, now that I'm new here, that I always thought were open space. And then suddenly, boom, for sale, for lease, for commercial sale. And it makes me realize that what I think we have is shrinking greater and greater and greater. And the reason I moved there is for that view. I don't want you to not build them there because I moved there. It has nothing to do with me. And anyone who goes up there, you'll meet people from all over, not just people who are coming directly from Anthem Reserve. So I don't really appreciate the privileged comments because I'm doing this for everybody.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be the last ones for the 3 minutes, and that'll be Braden Peters, Summer on the phone, and Ryan Berzonskas. So we'll start with Braden. And then we'll go to the remaining 4 speakers. Go ahead, your turn.
Hello. How's it going, council? Sorry, I'm a little bit new to this. You'll have to bear with me. But I just come up here. I'm probably going to be one of your youngest speakers besides Ryan back here, but we both live in the Anthem Reserve. And my name is Braden Peters. Sorry, I apologize, a little nervous. But I do have lots of memories from this place. And whenever I talk about this this part of town, it's always Mount Broomfield. Adam called it. It is by far the most beautiful place that we have. And the video that we were shown earlier does not show the true beauty of what that place holds up there. It's something remarkable. And we talk about, you know, tons of people coming into Broomfield. You ask yourselves why? Why are people coming into Broomfield? And it's because it's beautiful. This is the pinnacle of why Broomfield is beautiful, is this hilltop right here. And just the other night, me, my brother, and my little sister walked up to the top of the hill and we could see Starlink. It's a beautiful view up there, super crazy. I thought we were being taken over by UFOs at first. There are many other places for these towers that we have looked into. I've heard many things. I don't have very many factual things to tell you tonight. It is more speaking from my heart. But it is very important to me that this place stays beautiful because it is the reason why people come here. It's the reason why people are moving here. And, you know, I heard something about, you know, like we build houses up there, but not water towers, you know, it's because the houses are beautiful. We want to live in a beautiful area. Water towers are not beautiful. No amount of sheet metal, how bronze or copper it is, will never be beautiful. I do think that there are, you know, alternative options to this. And, you know, hearing, you know, I wasn't part of the housing contracts, but, you know, if we were told that they were going to be put underground, I, as a homeowner, would expect them to be put underground. And, you know, Anthem, especially one of its main selling points is its trails. This, again, I'll use the word pinnacle. This is the pinnacle trail. This is when people hike these trails, they go to this spot. The amount of times where I go and I see an unfamiliar car parked at the top of that cul-de-sac, up at the top there, to see a group of 4 or 5 kids up there. When I go up there and I see the kids that I coached for 8th grade lacrosse, Broomfield Rattlers, going up there because I told them 3 years prior to go there, it's a special place. And it will be continued to be a special place moving forward. And I sure hope you guys put that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go to Summer on the phone and then we'll get to you, Ryan. So Summer, it is your turn. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right, go ahead. You can start whenever.
My name is Summer Signer. I'm a resident of Broomfield and a resident of Anthem Reserve as well. I will also reiterate that this is not and never has been an argument against the need for water. We all love water and we know it's incredibly important. No hypocrisy here. Land Use Review Commission, LURC, unanimously voted to recommend denial of the proposal 7-0. As you've heard many of the other residents referencing in detail, they determined that the LURC determined that the review standards that were required to be met were not met. That's why they voted unanimously to deny. And these members of the commission are not residents of Anthem Reserve. They were informed, educated, and posed important questions and had significant concerns, and the follow-up information from the city did not fully rectify, so much so that they voted unanimously. It's quite curious to me that the presentation we heard tonight strategically left out significant concerns that LURC communicated during the meeting. or they voted to deny. And it seemed that they were picking and choosing and minimizing in a way that was convenient for the presentation. LERC had informed and educated in significant questions and concerns and communicated those. Many of the residents, including myself, were at that meeting. It was important enough to them that they stayed for over 2 hours and took many questions and concerns from the residents. There's a recording and transcript of that meeting, and I would encourage all of the residents to go and listen to that to get a much fuller picture of the issues and concerns that impact all of Broomfield. One significant concern that LERC had was that that was minimized was that the paving of the existing trail for the tank maintenance truck that will drive up and down it daily. It wasn't just a recommendation to keep the tank maintenance truck out of the neighborhood. There were significant concerns about paving the existing trail that's used for recreation and putting tank maintenance vehicles daily on it when adults and children and animals continue to use that for recreation. That is a significant concern for residents of Broomfield, as the trail is meant for foot traffic. It's meant for kids and adults and children to play and explore. And daily, we're going to put a maintenance truck up and down that to drive up and down, hoping that somebody doesn't get hit, that that time of the day, maybe the maintenance worker isn't paying as close of attention because it's his job to drive up and down the trail that's meant for people to walk on and play on, to go for daily maintenance of the tanks, and hoping that the children that we allow to explore and play freely in an environment in a neighborhood that, quite frankly, has very few safe places for them to explore. We're taking that away from them, and the plan to pave that it poses significant concerns. It poses a danger, and it poses a huge liability for the city.
Excuse me, Summer,
And
can
I'm
you wrap up,
shocked
please?
at the decision to do that. And we do know that
Summer?
we want the question
Summer.
answered if it will increase.
Your time has expired. Can you wrap up your
Space
thoughts?
over 1
please?
acre and require it to go to vote.
Can she hear me? Can you hear us? Your time has expired. Can you please wrap up your thoughts
Yes, sorry, it was cutting out.
quickly? Is that all?
Yes, we're concerned that the county is willing to put our children and residents of Broomfield who use the trail at risk, because if they use more land to create a separate paved path, as they should, it would extend over 1 acre and require a change of use to be put up to ballot.
All right,
That was
thank you.
concerned if the LERC is.
Thank you. You're at 4 minutes now. I'm sorry, your time's expired. We've got to move on. Ryan, it's your turn.
Hi, sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me. As you can tell, I've never done this before, but
It's okay.
this,
Friendly.
you promise? This hilltop means the world to me. I've gone up there and I never really, my family doesn't go to church as much as like we should. I know that. But when I go up to that hilltop, it connects me to God, I feel. Like it truly like hits something to where when I go up there, sometimes I just go up and break down crying for no reason. Just because it just feels good to get up there. And it's mainly because of the view. It'd be completely ruined if you put these tanks in, like genuinely. Unless you're 15 feet tall, you're not seeing over that. Like, and in the video, it didn't show the beauty of where, like it made a point, I feel, to go over those rocks and that bench where it's just a beautiful circle of rocks and an amazing bench, which is a monument to a Coast family friend. And it's just hurt, like it doesn't show what this hilltop truly means. And it's an amazing place. And I know like many of my friends go up there constantly and feel the same exact way as I do. And even that parking lot, that's an amazing place for my friends to go and just talk and have a community between us all. And I know this is kind of a sob story, but this does just truly mean the world to me, this hilltop. And I make it a point to go up there as much as I can. I know I get busy. but it is just a beautiful spot. And I encourage all of you to go. And yeah, it's just, if you put these tanks in, it's just ruining that natural beauty. I don't have very much more to say. I didn't really prepare. This is all just from the heart. And yeah, thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. It was very eloquent. Now we have 4 more people signed up for 2 minutes of public comment. That's the 16 through 19. And we do have time if anybody else wants to add on. So next we have Landon Peters, Michelle Farmer, Steve Darris, and Johnny Way.
Hello, council. Like many of my other fellow speakers here, this is also my first time doing this. But I can tell that you guys are very friendly. I think it has been made clear that this place is a very special place for a lot of people. However, I would like to harp on it a little bit more specifically. This is not just a Broomfield resident issue. This is not only just a Anthem Reserve issue. This spans to all of our neighboring towns and communities and even beyond that. To a lot of my friends, this has become a place of prayer, second, a place where people practice the guitar, maybe sing, something like that, sunrise and sunsets, and also being there at night is also just amazing. But yeah, so basically me being up here, I just wanted to really explain to you guys that when you're making this decision, you're not making this decision only for Broomfield. You're making this decision for the neighboring cities and communities around us. This is not only beneficial to the people of our neighborhood or even our city. This is beneficial to everyone. And I'd appreciate it if you would consider not putting tanks up to ruin this for people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Michelle Farmer from Anthem. I didn't realize I had 2 minutes, so I'm going to try to skip through a little bit, so I'll go fast. Last year, I was blindsided to learn about a massive water tank project. It was never disclosed to the initial residents, and now you've increased the project from 1 small tank to 3 enormous ones and a huge pump station. Since this started, you allowed and zoned for a beautiful residential neighborhood and open space to be built. I understand if this was meant for tanks, but a neighborhood should have never been right next to it, especially when the people buying homes didn't even know. Now you're increasing the initial scope more than 3-fold, increasing the cost from 15 to 80 million of taxpayer money. These massive tanks will be located 150 feet from homes. The access point for construction will be next to a park, a kids park, where massive equipment will clog up one of only 2 ways to enter our entire neighborhood. I'd also like to say that out of all the alternative options, all the other ones are right in Anthem neighborhood. You're right back to where you are with some of those other options. It preserves the hilltop, which would be huge, but the other options are still right in all of everybody's backyard right there. I hope you've gone up there yourself and really looked before blindly voting on this project. The views will take your breath away, like everyone said. When you look at Erie from afar, all you see is the dump. When you look at Broomfield from afar, you will see 3 massive water tanks. What a shame. You have the power to ask the important questions and understand why this isn't being put in an industrial location. There are water tanks in cities that are flat. Kansas is flat, Texas is flat. They found a way that it doesn't have to be placed on an entire highest elevation and uses the best pumping technologies. As an elected official representing your constituents, you will be responsible for the significant loss of open space, breathtaking views, and the devaluation of homes in many neighborhoods. Please do the right thing, evaluate industrial locations, and don't proceed with the only option shown to you tonight, or even some of those ones that meet 5 acres and a certain height elevation. It may be the hard choice, but it's the right choice for your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I didn't know that I was tied to 2 minutes also, so I'll try to get this in pretty
That's
quick.
all right.
but,
I will grant you
Mayor,
some
thank you very
leeway.
much. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. My name is Steve Darris. Live in Anthem Reserve and purchased that property in April of 2020. So 2020, not 2022. Prior to that, my wife and I moved to Broomfield in 1996. We lived in Miramonte Farms for 24 years, raised our family. Kids went to high school here, went to middle school, went to Cole School. This is home, okay? We got to a point where the kids moved out of school. Hey, let's get out of that house in Miramonte Farms and let's go find a house that we want to retire in and live there probably to the end of our days. And that's what we thought we did at Anthem Reserve. So, you know, one of the things that was brought up earlier, and, you know, it is a beautiful view shed and all that, but one of the things that really has me, and I'm a civil engineer, I've been doing a lot of work, I'm a professional engineer, but when we bought the property in April, actually it was a year prior to build that house, there was no notification. We were notified in our title papers, hey, there's the Erie Airport. You know, you're going to have planes flying over. Got it. Hey, there's fracking under here. Got it. Sign that. But when I look at page 8 of the council agenda item right now, 4th paragraph, the Anthem filing number 24 subdivision improvement and site development plans specify that the developers of the residential lots shall be responsible for notifying residents of the future tank project. A number of residents have reported to staff that notice was not provided prior. I'm one of those. We call ourselves the OGs. I was the fourth house in there. And I've asked many of our neighbors, did you have Exhibit F? The answer is no. The statement continues to go on in the city staff report. The lack of notice does not preclude the proposal from being considered by the city council. The two builders within the community, Copper Homes and Epic, most of our FS are Epic, have received communication from staff requesting that notices be provided moving forward. Moving forward. I had already bought that property. Okay. So I have a little bit of time and hopefully you'll grant me a little bit more. Exhibit F, as we've been discussed about, I'd like to read that to you.
Okay.
And it's something that, you know, was part of filing 24. It was required by, because when I moved in and then we started hearing a year or two later, hey, there's gonna be tanks on the hill. I'm like, what? So we started looking into the zoning and planning that approved, and sure enough, there's that square on 24. And I go, well, there it is. You know, we should have known that. It was there. I didn't do my homework. But Exhibit F not being in our title paperwork really concerns me. And it can concern all of you that are buying a house in Broomfield or anywhere. It's called proximity to future development of water storage tank and future ball field lighting, which I didn't know about either when I bought my house. Acknowledgement. Anthem, Broomfield, Colorado, lot blank, filing blank, address blank. Purchaser acknowledges that the lot which is being purchased is located in close proximity to future development of water storage tank and Anthem Community Park, which will have development of lighted ball fields. Okay. I play softball. I played softball here since '96. I love softball. I'm okay with the lights in the park. But the responsibility or liability whatsoever, and someone mentioned this, for claims, any claims or clauses of action, either in law or in equity arising from any and all impacts on the lot or the purchaser's quality of life, in parentheses, resulting from or related to land development of future water storage tank as shown in Anthem Filing 24 Site Development Plan, or the installation of lighted ball fields as shown in the Preble Creek Filing 2 Site Development Plan, as such, may be amended from time to time. 2 signature lines. Upon signature and sale of the home builders with Anthem Filing 24, will record this document with the city and county of Broomfield. So did the city and county of Broomfield have any responsibility to make sure that Anthem, Epic, or Copper informed us of this and it was included in our title work? I'm looking into my title company to see if their insurance will cover what may happen to our property values with the tank and the lighted ball fields. We bought this house 3 years prior to where the information of the tanks came up. So with that, I'd like to close. Longtime resident, made a lot of equity in our house in Miramonte Farms, rolled that equity into Anthem Reserve, and that was going to be our final place. I'm not sure if that's the case now, and that's sad. My kids still live in the area. Broomfield's home. So when we looked at some of the options and the stars and this and why staff decided or city manager decided to throw it out, I think about all the fracking. You guys have all been involved in fracking and these water lines or oil and gas lines that go through some of these parcels. There's a lot of us that do oil and gas and are associated with it. Those lines can be moved. And to simply throw out those option locations, because water and gas lines from the oil developers, which we all love, we've never even asked them to move. That was sarcastic, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I saw your face. So, just in closing, we're notified of airports fracking, but did the city fall down? Did the developers that had approved Anthem and 24 let us down by not letting know these facilities would be in? That's impacting our property values and maybe my children's, future, on the value of that house. So thank you very much for listening. I get long-winded. My wife's listening. She said, don't talk too long. So I'm done. Thank you.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Way. Mr. Darris. Johnny Way?
Hey, I'm Johnny Way. I guess I'm batting cleanup here, but thank you so much for listening to me. I actually am last because I wanted to reserve judgment a little bit. I hadn't seen the other options. And when I saw them, I thought a couple of things. One, diligence. Thank you for that. And two, what a great problem to have. We have a growing city that needs more infrastructure. It's fantastic. And we have a neighborhood full of people who care about the beauty of the city. That's also fantastic. So, we're doing pretty well here. From my perspective, I think this is a measure of values. I don't know what those little dots mean, but we can weigh them however we see fit. And some of those dots for, the neighborhood and the sort of livelihood of people who are living there and the people who live in Broomfield, those seem to matter to me a lot. And maybe we just weigh those a little more. Maybe that's a value judgment that we make as a city, that we can grow, we can, accommodate all these things that are happening, and we can continue to have this, but we can also balance that with the things that we value internally as a city. And so I guess my challenge to you would be make that judgment. There are other viable options. We proved it. They might be a little bit less optimal if you're weighing the other things more, but if you're weighing the things that matter to us as a city more, they seem perfectly reasonable. So have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a person who called in a little bit late, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to the phone. And it's Bella, you're on, and you have 2 minutes-ish.
Hi, my name is Bella Jobman. I am 10 years old and I am a 5th grader. I just wanted to say that I really love that hill. It is one of my favorite places in the entire neighborhood. And I love to go up with my friends and my family. I love to bike up there and I love to do a lot of things up there. And when I heard that this plan might have taken place, it did not make me feel very happy. And I really want to have that place for the rest of the time that I live here, because it is a very nice place that I love to interact with other people on. And when I walk some of the dogs that I walk them up there. I walk them all around that one spot because it is a very beautiful spot, and I don't want that to be ruined because people wanted to put in water tanks that can be put in somewhere else that does not affect where at least probably 100 people live already when there's still being houses built. I also want to say that I have been tired of hearing the construction and the fact that it's almost done for building houses and that it might happen again. I just don't really want that to happen. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bella. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Now would be the time. We don't have anybody else on the phone. All right, then. Well, thank you all so much for your thoughtful comments and for being patient. We do appreciate your engagement. So does the applicant have any final comments? No? Okay. We're going to move on to questions from City Council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Henkel and then Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a question. This is just a long-winded first question. I do want to say though, because you have to address a room like this, thank you so much for being here. Really means a lot. I remember being on that side for so long and for a lot of the same reasons, I'll be honest. So thank you, staff, the applicant, which is also staff. And especially our city manager staff for meeting with me, Todd, Andrew, Ted, and Eric. And Eric, if you can hear me, we are missing you tonight. Thank you for the engagement tonight from the residents too. And I was there in the neighborhood yesterday and I feel you with the sounds of the construction in that area. I got tired of it after being there for about 2 hours. I agree with Chelsea May and Erica Dahlin that I don't think anyone here doesn't want the water. That isn't the question here. I noticed that the applicant presented alternate site analysis, and I'm surprised we didn't explore the area between the number one spot and the number 2 ranking spot, like a few residents have asked for. Meaning, why aren't we looking at removing the awful eyesore of the old water tower that doesn't work anymore, buy them out, replace them with these new water tanks, and negotiate the 5G cell tower to make income off the site? So my question is, now I know the application is for this site only, so I can't veer off from this particular application. But I just want to know who owns the land to the south and to the southeast, and is it open space or is it considered open lands?
Thank you, council member. So the land to the southeast, actually surrounding all of the water tank parcel, is owned by the city and county of Broomfield. It was dedicated by the developer as open space. So all of that land surrounding the one tract where the tanks are proposed is open space.
Open space. Okay, thank you. Okay, second question is, we had Mr. Mike Pierce's questions. Were they answered and addressed? He emailed us just basically the results of the LERC, results, and he highlighted a few items in there. Can we address that tonight, or do you want to address that after my next question?
Council member, was there we did include in the staff memorandum details of how staff took the recommendations and the statements and the comments that had occurred at LERC and followed up on those. And we also included some in the presentation. If there's one that I missed or you'd like a little more information, I'm happy to provide that.
I believe he highlighted the parts where he said the proposal should identify and mitigate potential negative impacts on nearby properties. The proposal should identify and maximize potential positive impacts on nearby properties and so on.
Yes, those were the findings that were listed in terms of what the Land Use Review Commission believed were the findings of the required findings for a site development plan that they believed, based on the evidence that they saw at the public hearing, were not being met. And what we did in the memorandum was extrapolated the comments that they had and the issues that they brought forward. All of that discussion, we believe, was feeding into how they made that determination for those findings.
Okay, all right. For addressing that. And then I had sent off an email today because Mr. John Card contacted us with the questions below. He had a question regarding the water tanks and is concerned about the water pressure, how that might change in the development and could possibly actually the water pressure be lower in that neighborhood. He also wanted to find out how his water pump affects his property value in relation to the new tanks and if the tanks would affect his home value in this manner. Do we have an answer to that question?
Mr. Rutt, can you address the PSI question?
I know the minimum PSI, I believe, was from the LERC hearing that I listened to was 40 PSI. Are we looking at what their PSI is currently and how the water tanks might affect that pressure?
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, thank you for the question, Councilmember Hinkle. We did a pressure gauge off of Irving Court and West 154th Avenue. And that pressure low reading was 36 PSI. So that is below the 40 minimum. Our standards and specs require 20 PSI for fire protection and 20 PSI for a single family. So that's why the minimum is at 40. So that the current pressure that we tested was on September 26th. And that was for except the area of Irving Court and 154th. And it was well below 40.
What was well below 40?
It was
Sorry.
36. The pressure was 36. So that's
To the neighborhood itself?
to that neighborhood.
Okay. So that means that every house has some sort of water pump to raise the PSI levels. Is that correct?
That I do not know how those houses were built.
Okay.
Nope,
That's
that would
the
be a
problem that I'm
building
hearing.
permit.
Yeah, is that they already have a low pressure, especially on that west end. From what I'm hearing from those neighbors over there. I would like to know how the tanks would affect that pressure for them, if it would actually make it even lower for them.
I'm gonna
Ms. Allen, would you like?
I'm
to
gonna
add?
probably make this a longer answer than that question. Okay, because I'm gonna get into a little bit more pressure. And we have a third-party engineering firm called Arcadius that is not the design engineer, but is our water model engineering firm. We had them run the water models on the north area system improvements without the water tanks. From the years 24, beginning in 2024 through 2026, the water pressure in the areas of Wildgrass, McKay Landing, Wilcox, Spruce Meadows, Anthem 24, Anthem Ranch, and the north area of Anthem just above Prospect Ridge, all will drop from our typical 60 to 80, will drop down to the 40 to 60 range. So all of that area will be influenced without the tanks by pressure drops.
Okay, so without the tanks, the pressure drops. What happens with the tanks?
With the tanks, those pressures are restored
To what? What's the?
to normal operating ranges, which for us is the range for our standard specs is between 40 and 125. We typically run about 60 to about 110 roughly.
Okay.
And so the other pieces that there are two areas, Irving Court obviously will be under the 40 PSI. King Court, there will be some under 40 PSI. In the Wilcox, there will be some under 40. Spruce Meadow will also have some under 40.
Okay. And so I guess my direct question is these water tanks are directly supposed to be assisting that residents in that area. They're just worried that their pressure will actually go lower and everyone else is going to go higher. So you're in agreement that that particular neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods will also increase, correct?
Correct. The water tanks will improve the pressure throughout the area.
Okay. And we don't have a measurement exactly on that one. You
How
just
much
said
they'll go
a
up?
range.
Yeah, they'll go back to our normal operating range.
Okay.
And as the city continues to grow north, the pressures get worse. 26 to 28, pretty much all of Wilcox will be under 40. We'll have one of our north distribution lines that will be hitting max design on our feet per second.
Mr. Wood,
And that's
explain
if
what
we
that
don't
is,
have the water.
please.
What's that?
Will you explain what it is that you just said?
There is a north pipeline that comes out of our plant. We feed the north area with two basic pipelines, one that comes out of the north up to Wildgrass and then across to Lowell. That's a 24-inch pipe that will meet the max, will exceed our 5 foot per second flow design. So that will hit up to that design criteria between 26 and 28. And then as we go a little bit further out to 28 through 30, the pipeline along Lowell will also meet its max design criteria. in feet per second. And also the line along 144th will also hit that max design
And that's if we don't have the tanks. That's
if we do not have the tanks.
all right. Yeah, so speaking of the northern area, I'm just curious if there's been a lot of talk about the non-potable water. If we could separate that, if we could put it in a different spot. And I did already hear at the LRC hearing, I did listen to all of that. I know we've discussed it before. I'm just curious, as we plan into the future, we've already gone even more north in Broomfield, but we're gonna head even more north than that. So we still have a lot of land, even up by, even east of I-25, across the highway. What's the plan for water up there?
These north area tanks would serve that area.
Okay. Okay, to what density do we? To build out to 125? I just don't
Yeah,
want us to
that's,
get
I
caught
think
up in
that's our
thinking
current,
where we're
our
building
current
another
build
tank.
up projection or max population is 125,000. That's what we're planning for.
Okay, for that density. Okay, that's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you, staff.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up sort of what Councilmember Henkel was talking about, because this has been planned for a long time. I think council, if I dare speak for my colleagues, approved the concept plan because the engineering seems correct. You naturally put water at the highest elevation. So in that sense, it makes sense. I wanted to branch out beyond that to other factors because I think it was Mr. Matthews' comments that resonated with me, that when the council originally approved this spot, they were envisioning one tank that was fully buried. And they did say in their minutes, they wanted to preserve that ridge. And I want to just clarify, when did we go from 1 to 3? What was the factors that prompted that? I assume it's growth, obviously, but I just like some clarity of when that happened and how that decision was made. And then also on that lines, when we went from buried to partially buried.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen, for the question. Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. So in 2016, we envisioned 6 million gallons of potable water. We still have 6 million gallons of potable water in 2 3 million gallon tanks. The third tank is a reuse water tank, and that wasn't recommended until 2018 with the reuse water master plan. The 2 tanks, 2 smaller tanks versus 1 larger tank, was a recommendation in the preliminary design report from, I think it was July 2022. So that is the timeline. Did that answer your question?
So it was a recommendation based on population growth that we needed to increase our quantity.
No, the quantity did not increase.
Quantity didn't change, but the reuse.
It was just operationally. Oh, and you asked about buried tanks,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah, we were originally assuming the tank would be buried. We had 3 options during the preliminary design: above grade, above ground, partially buried, and below ground, and presented those options to the city manager with cost estimates. And it was a decision to meet in the middle, I guess, to bury as much as we can, but not fully bury them for cost.
From an engineering perspective, they could be buried fully
Yes,
and still operate at the elevation you want them to operate at.
yes.
It's just a matter of cost, and we would have to get those estimates correct, which we don't have right now.
We have better estimates from April, but they're not design level pricing, no.
But it's an option, in other words, if we wanted to fully, if there's nothing engineering that would prevent us from fully burying it in your operations.
I think it would be important to note that we would still need the area fenced.
Right, but I'm just curious about, originally the plan was to bury it fully, and I know that's a concern. Follow up on that in terms of alternative sites. I know it's hard to, after the engineering points to 1, to think about the second best spot, but the second best appears to be site 3. And I wonder if you could quantify for me just to better understand what challenges that would present it if we just went to site 3. Obviously there are going to be neighbors over there who might have something to say about that, but the thing that struck out to me was it's 56 feet lower, which sounds like a substantial challenge there that we'd have to elevate them. But could you just quantify for me a little bit what time, cost challenges that presents?
Sure. So as I mentioned in the presentation, that is open space. So now instead of less than an acre, we'd be looking at more like 5 acres, 4.5 acres. So that would trigger the open space change in use process. So that's 1. 2, we'd be, it's moving closer to Spruce Meadows and different neighborhoods, so it might have the same neighborhood response, I guess. And then we don't have a design, so I can't quantify construction cost comparison. Operationally, it would be bigger pumps to make up the elevation difference.
How high would they necessarily be? Can you guesstimate if we put it in that spot
The elevation,
of the tanks?
so 60 feet lower, so the median elevation, we're talking 5390-ish. Sorry, I'm going to ask our engineer, Nicole Rachelson with Burns and Mac, to elaborate.
Mayor Pro Tem Council. I'm Nicole Rachelson. I'm the project manager for this project from Burns McDonnell. So I think the question was at alternative site 3, can we estimate approximately the elevation of the tanks? So I don't remember off the top of my head what the elevation was at site 3, but in the evaluation, we are assuming this is still in relatively close proximity to residents. We would likely, at least at a minimum, want to partially bury the tanks, which would mean approximately 20 to 25 feet below grade. So in addition to that, alternative site 3 is much flatter. So it would require then extra excavation on top of that for the pump station to maintain the required elevation difference between the bottom of the tank and where the pump suction happens to provide enough pressure to the pumps.
So operationally, does that add cost to just long-term operation?
It does. So because the pumps are having to pump an additional 60-ish feet into the system, it increases the operation. I think we have it in the memo, actually. If anyone has the memo, 30-ish%. And then in addition to that, we would require larger pumps. So there would be capital costs in addition to that of not just the pumps, but the variable frequency drives that run the pumps. All the electrical infrastructure would have to be upsized. The building would likely get a little bit larger. So those are all capital costs to consider, but in terms of long-term impacts, that those operational costs would be.
So if we went to, say, alt site 3, we would just have to include that it would be a larger space of land used up and it's more cost for a bigger pump station, some operational cost increases.
Correct.
And then people would say, well, we can measure that against the costs of the original site. Can you real quickly, and I'll wrap up, because the issue has been raised by a number of people saying, why can't we just go to an industrialized site? And I think it was part of the presentation, all the quote unquote industrialized sites are at a much lower elevation, correct?
Correct.
We're in this location in that zone because this is the highest elevation and that reduces our cost and makes a better operation overall.
Correct.
Okay. So if we did move to the fire station over on closer to baseline, there would be a substantial increase in long-term costs and operation costs.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for now.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski.
Mayor, if I may,
Oh, sure, Mr.
to
Rath.
follow up on your question on operation costs. Just for an example, extra 100 feet of pumping elevation would increase our electrical costs 150% annually.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski.
Thank you. I do want to start by just saying I do appreciate all the citizens that have come out tonight. I really did appreciate the young kids that were here. I could never get my kids to come here. I've been on council for 8 years and they won't even come here and watch me. And I also the young gentleman that unfortunately left, I was really impressed by that as well. And I do want everyone to make sure, no matter how this turns out tonight, definitely be sure that, being here tonight is huge and your voices are being heard one way or the other. So I want you to, rest assured of that no matter how this turns out. I did have questions regarding the options. I do appreciate the questions by Councilmember Cohen. I had questions on site 3. Can you just verify for me, site 3 where is that actually located? And I got a sort of a gist of it on the map. I just want to make sure it's right on the corner of Federal, looks like, in 152nd or something. That's what I see. Say on that corner, just east of the existing water tower that's there.
Yes, correct. East of the existing water tower,
Okay, so.
north of 152nd.
Right.
closer to Spruce
And
Grove.
in that little corner, sort of where Federal Boulevard, I'm looking at that on a map. Okay, and I guess my takeaway from what I heard on the answers just now was, functionally that site could work, but there are obviously gonna be some neighbors over there that are gonna be potentially upset. And then ultimately it comes down to costs, and it sounds like you're not sure at this point, how much that would cost additionally. And I guess I'm hearing the same thing with the, partially buried versus buried. I know we talked about this a few months back. Again, it sounds like it really comes down to costs. So it's my understanding, and if I'm wrong, definitely let me know on this, trying to figure out like who pays for this extra cost if we went to one of these other routes. So I saw that it's coming from the licensing fees for future development. Is that accurate? And then
was looking for Miss Ritchie, but that is correct. That's our understanding that this developer tap fees, license fees pays for our new infrastructure.
okay, so
So it's a little more complicated it's a little more complicated than that. And part of that is the decisions that have been made over the last decade with regards to growth from residential and commercial are tapping the system. So when we're completely segregating out, that's why when we looked at the enterprise fund last week, that it's a comprehensive approach to be able to say, one of the reasons that we're in the shape that we're in with regards to the enterprise funds is because of the being heavily reliant on those tap fees. And not having that combination of existing services and levels and growth. Because if we continue to say, okay, on those tap fees, growth is going to pay its own way. I mean, we continue to have this conversation. That is a misnomer. It simply doesn't, it didn't make sense then, and it certainly doesn't make sense now. So the bottom line is, if there is the increases that we're building into the budget for October for the enterprise funds includes the tank. If those prices change, those overall fees for each one of those other components will also change.
and that's
So to say it's gonna-
more than just the tap fees then?
Sure.
And what other components are those? I'm just trying to figure who pays for this.
Every single resident is going to pay for this.
Okay. So it's not just coming from is a majority, if it coming from the increased tap fees?
You can't,
I'm just trying to.
No. I appreciate working through it. Similar to what we talked about last week, when we have those tap fees, in order for development to actually pay itself, to pay its own way, we'd have to increase tap fees 1,000%. Which means we'd have absolutely no development. So some would say, geez, that's great.
Right.
Others would say you can't pick and choose, right? Whether it's residential or commercial. So you squeeze the bubble, it's going to come out in one direction or the other. So again, it's we have to get into the black from a utility perspective. But we aren't going to be able to charge enough for a tap fee in order to compensate for these tanks or for any modifications with regards to burying them or additional operational costs.
Okay. Yeah. I guess that makes sense to me because I was trying to figure out, how many additional tap fees are we gonna have and how's that gonna cover the millions of dollars of additional expenses? And of course, if that's coming from the tap fees, that's going to being covered by the developers, but then we'll pass that on to the people that are purchasing their homes, I'm assuming.
Purchasing the homes and then, and there's the capacity perspective from those tap fees, right? Which is why it's so important to be saying, how much does it cost to develop here? And again, I'm talking about less residential. The mayor and I were having communications earlier about the developments that are in the pipeline now. So I'm kind of coming back to Mr. Rutt's point, and I don't think it was quite clear enough. It's clear to me because we continue to have these conversations, but for the community and council, what happens when you don't have that water pressure, it's not just, it's an issue when you're taking a shower, or it's an issue for our infrastructure. When you have builds up of pressure, when you have additional users coming onto the system, it busts those long overdue maintenance pipes. So what it behooves us to be able to have adequate flow from point A to point B. When we're talking about what the price is for those tap fees, if we tap that out, no pun intended, what happens is it becomes excruciatingly difficult to have those developments that are in the pipeline now, the residential and the commercial that's coming on board up there. And those are ongoing conversations about those that have already paid for the tap fees. So we have some of those big commercial developments. The proposed IKEA is coming. Excuse me. And we have other commercial development that the PSI is going to continue to be a ongoing issue, as well as what the long-term approach is for those tanks, the reservoirs, and the service delivery levels.
Okay. So I just want to try to simplify this, if I understand it. What I am hearing is right now we have a current budget for our water. And I know this has been discussed very recently. And we are likely going to be facing increases as individuals, as individual households. As you mentioned, the current water rates have not been paying for themselves over a long period of time. If we go ahead and choose a different option, whether it's option 3 or the burying of the tanks, that's going to cost more money one way or the other, sounds like. We're not sure how much. That's going to blow the budget out, it sounds like, and then we're going to have to go back. You're going to have to find the money from somewhere, whether it's coming from tap fees or whether that's an additional increase to individual water rates, commercial and residential. Is that a summary?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. This gives me an understanding of how this would play out. A couple other quick questions. These are just things that I heard from some of the residents. So one thing that did bug me a little bit, I know there's a big concern, it seems like, over due diligence. And I feel like, reading the stuff that I've seen in our packet and hearing the presentations, that the city did do significant due diligence on this project. So I'm just kind of concerned and confused why there was a disconnect there. I'm not sure if there's a communication issue with the residents. We're not getting information out. And I don't think this is a question. I'm not sure you have an answer to this, but it is something that struck me as concerning. And I did hear something about citizens being required to sign waivers when they purchased their homes. Is that accurate? Did we have waivers? I mean, and this may have been from builders that were throwing some out, but as a city, did we have waivers that we were requiring?
Ms. Bertanzetti?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the waiver, I believe that they were talking about, was also called Exhibit F. Exhibit F was attached to the subdivision improvement agreement when Anthem filing number 24 was originally approved. And it was the requirement
that when the builders moved forward, that the builder provided and was intended to provide a notification to the buyers. And these notifications are often added to subdivision improvement agreements. Broomfield staff does not have a way to verify that those are completed. These are private transactions that are completed between the builder and the future purchaser. So it was intended, they provided Exhibit F, which included some language, I believe it was read here tonight, and required that the buyer sign Exhibit F as part of their documents to verify that they had received it.
That wasn't something that was coming from the city though, right? That wasn't one of our documents.
It wasn't our document, but it was included in the subdivision improvement agreement of
That they
which
would have to-
Broomfield was a party.
Okay, so the subdivision improvement agreement specified that the builders would need to have a disclosure of a waiver given to it's really disclosure. It doesn't notice to owners.
That's correct. And a draft of it was included in the signed SIA.
And then I heard a question about if there was a rupture of the tank, what would happen? I mean, or a line, does that ever happen? Is that, I mean, I guess like anything's possible. But is that a real risk? And then is there a plan if that does happen? There are water tanks I know across the country and very
Yeah.
old ones. So. maybe
Hello
that-
again. I'm happy to address that one. So our tanks are designed to rigorous engineering standards to prevent ruptures from happening. Some examples are we design for specific climate. We design for specific seismic activity in the area. We also, before our design, have a geotechnical investigation completed to help us understand the soils and what we are building the structure in so that we can, again, design properly for the concrete structure to withstand the loads from the soil, the loads from the water, the settlement expected in the area. One example of that is that all these structures are built on what are called drilled shafts. So basically super deep cylindrical support structures so that they don't move, so that they don't crack, so that they withstand climate, shifting around, the loads, the pressures, all of that. Typical lifespan for a tank like this is somewhere on the order of 75 to 100 years. So the only other thing I could address in terms of safety measures is that if there were ever an occurrence where the tank was being filled and the proper measures when the tank was at its maximum fill height did not work. There's an overflow pipe that is completely free of mechanics. So it just happens automatically when the level in a tank reaches a certain height, goes through a pipe to Sienna Reservoir. So in the event that there was ever a failure in the other fail safes that we design into how the pump station operates and how the fill and draw works on the tank, there's that additional safety factor there as well.
Okay, thank you. Last quick question. There's a comment that Denver regularly buries their tanks. Is that accurate? And is that sort of a standard now? Or is it just sort of something that they do another?
I wouldn't say that it's a standard. I think it's a decision that every utility makes based on the site, the location, the budget available, and the hydraulics.
Okay,
and how
all right,
the
thank
tank
you.
will operate.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, one question following on Council or Mayor Pro Tem Strzynski's Stan's comment on questions on the tap, the rates
Sure.
and everything. My understanding from the budget discussions is that this is a CIP project. And CIP projects are paid for from the tap fees versus operations from the rates. Is that correct?
It is.
And we don't like to, it's not best practice to mingle them.
It is not.
So if this project increased in cost for whatever reason, it already has, I mean, from the study session, it was 14 million, I think is what the estimate was. Now it's 80 because of engineering and everything else.
Because of the, primarily it was because of the phase of the design.
So that increased cost, whatever it is, say this, let's say this project went up another 40 million. that comes out of the CIP rates, the tap fees, right? So we'd have to adjust the tap fees going forward in the future to make up for this. And how much, of course, would be up for discussion later, but
Yes.
okay. I mean, we went through the study session and I was one of the ones that indicated,
And Councilmember Marshall,
Yeah.
so just so to clarify. So we have the three different buckets that we talked about last week. So it's all under the enterprise funds. Three different buckets. Each one of those buckets has the CIP, it has capital and then it has operations. Right? So when you talk about not mingling, we're not only talking about not mingling the buckets, we're also talking about not commingling the CIP and the operations pieces, which are each funded by different sources. So in order operationally, in order to build, design, or ongoing maintenance would come out of that same bucket, but funded differently.
So I just have some questions about the specifics of this. Mr. Wright, you mentioned that the additional, for each additional 100 feet, we're talking about 150% increase in electricity. Do we have an estimate of what the cost of that is? Do we have any idea?
I do not have that with me tonight. I'll have to get back to you with that.
That's fine. And then it's been mentioned that there's a current tank up there. Who owns that? And did we explore buying it, tearing it down and putting one or more of these tanks on that site?
Current tank is owned by Mile High Water District. It was built somewhere, we're estimating somewhere in 1970s. It is a steel tank. We have conversations about the tank itself, but not about purchasing at this point in
You
time.
know the size of the lot that that's on?
I don't know the size of lot that it is on. It's roughly about a 2 million gallon tank,
So significantly smaller than the. than the site.
significantly smaller than what we need.
Councilmember Marshall Holston, that was one of our very first outreach and engagements was, can we repurpose it? What would it look like in order to, and I know that there's communication out there that that it's not in their best interest to help us do anything because they're making so much money on the cell towers. I guess it's a relative term. But again, it's been empty for 10 years. And it's significantly smaller than what we are looking for. So again, all of those kind of part of that due diligence is to outreach, engage, make that call. Certainly we were hoping that the response would have been different.
Okay, thank you. And then on the alternative sites, I know questions have been asked about 2 and 3, but those are open space that likely require a ballot measure. Is that my understanding?
Ms. Allen, potential ballot measure if in fact some other steps were taken. Ms. Allen, walk us through that one more time, if you would, please.
I will try. I would like Kristen Pritz to correct me if I get it wrong. My understanding from reading the charter, council can approve a change of use by resolution. Then there's a 90-day waiting period. If a petition is filed in that 90-day waiting period, then my understanding is it goes to ballot.
So it's just one person can file a petition?
Ms. Pritz, would you come up and clarify for us, please? Thank you.
Kristen Pritz, Director of Open Space and Trails. So I will look to Nancy Rogers, our city and county attorney, to always correct me. But I believe there is an opportunity if a petition is filed that the council could reconsider their decision and perhaps change that decision. But if it's not done, then there would be a vote and that would be of our residents here in Broomfield.
So that would delay, if a vote was, it would delay the project significantly. Nancy, I guess the question is it only one person has to file, or is it a certain number of signatures, or how does that work?
It's a certain number of signatures. It's a petition signed by the registered electors equal to amount of at least 10% of the total voters who cast ballots in the prior municipal election. So you need to have a petition of a certain amount, and our clerk's office would help get that amount.
Okay. And then because of that, I actually have questions about site 4. Is it my understanding that that is right adjacent to our current public works facility on 144th? It's you said it was a Broomfield owned land, right?
The Hoops.
Yeah. Hoops
So
site.
it's part of the Hoops property. The new municipal shops are right on 144th. I don't know how many 100 feet north of that it would be, but it'd be north of Community Ditch, just south of Silverleaf, because that property is pretty long, north-south wise.
Okay. I see.
If we can put the presentation
Yeah,
up, I can
Looking at the
do better than arm wave, but
south
Can
of
you
the
put that
current
site
trail, or
selection slide back up, please?
let me give you a slide number.
I guess my question is, since that's city owned land and it seems like it's farther away from residents, was it explored to put that one fully above ground, or even putting it on stilts like Ms. Jewel has mentioned in the past?
No, it was not.
Okay, and so we wouldn't have any estimate of how much that would save or
No.
cost or whatever, so.
No.
Okay.
The issue with site 4 is that it's right in line with the water treatment plant. It would be filled right off the 24-inch transmission main. That is not best practice because it's not isolated from the system. It would cause more risk to the system. And I would refer to Nicole for more information on that, but that was
Okay.
system hydraulics wise, the least favorable spot.
Would there be a way to avoid that? I mean, given that it's right, it seems like since it's right in my layman's thoughts, it's right next to the treatment plant, so it's closer to the source, so it'd be easier to fill. But
Hi. So you are correct that it would be easier to fill since it's right next to the treatment plant. There does come with some operational challenges with that as well. You have to very precisely operate the fill and draw of the tank to prevent the overfilling. But the larger concern here is the direct connection to that 24-inch line, because it creates a single point of failure within the system. So if any disruption to that 24-inch line does occur, it prevents delivering water to the entire northern portion of the system. So, and it is required for a tank in that location to be direct connected to that line in order for it to operate properly. So with site 4, all other things considered, that was really, I think, the biggest drawback.
okay, thank you. And on our current tank, the current site, I know I'd asked a question in an email from staff last week about what the cost savings would be if we put it fully above ground. Do we have a cost estimate of how much additionally it would cost if we buried it fully? I know we would save $7 million if we put it completely above ground versus partially buried, but do we know the current estimate to fully bury it?
Yeah, it's also pretty close to 7 million higher than the current one.
But we'd still have to have fencing, is that correct?
Correct. And this cost estimate, so this was from April, so it's more recent than what was presented in January, but we don't have plans, so it's still an estimate.
Of course. Okay. And then 2 last questions. One, in my email correspondence with staff, it was estimated that if we made a condition for approval on this particular SDP, it would likely be about a 3 to 5 month delay. If instead council voted to deny this thing and say council designed it and wanted to do a different site, what kind of delay would that cause? Do we have an estimate?
Council member, so the if we were to move away from this particular site, we would just need to start the development review process over. If you'll recall, the neighborhood meeting was done around, I think it was the end of June-ish 2022, and we are in September 2023. And I think that would be a good estimate for impact on timeframe.
And when is it currently, if we approve this tonight, when is it currently slated to go online?
Councilmember Marshall, in my presentation, I said it would be online spring 2026.
So if we delayed it another year, year and a half, it would be 27, 28.
Correct. Or 27 or later in 2027.
Do we have ability to fix the water pressure issue that residents are seeing now pending this being built? Is there a way to up the pressure in some way?
No.
No.
Okay.
And that's really that's the point of the project. I mean, we're all fully aware of how difficult this is. And the bringing it online in 2026 corresponds with the approvals that are already in the pipeline for new development that's coming on. So this isn't, again, this isn't only for new development. This is for current, and as new comes online, that current will continue to decrease. So it's, Mr. Rutt, clarify for me what is in the existing pipeline, again, from a timing perspective. How much latitude is there for a 24, say 18 to 24 month delay? I don't want to say worst case scenario, and I don't want to say best case scenario. We all know best case scenarios never happen. But the interim of what can be expected during that time frame?
Again, Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works. According to the water model that Arcadius ran for us, beginning in 2026, parts of Anthem 24 will be below the 40 PSI, which means they may not have enough PSI for fire protection. That'll also will include Wilcox, Spruce Meadow. All of those will drop below the 40 PSI, pieces of those. It also will, our 24-inch line from the water plant up to Wildgrass that also serves the north area to Lowell will also be at its max design in feet per second. Along with the other drops in pressures in all the other neighborhoods. So as we delay this project, obviously more and more of the system becomes where we can't meet fire flow protection and single family PSI.
Thank you. Mayor, that's all.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Allen, I think this question is probably best for you to answer. Can you go over why exactly, if we were to fully bury the tanks, the parcel would still have to be fenced in?
So there is, it's called America's Water Infrastructure Act, which was put into place in 2018 after there were significant natural disasters that impacted communities' ability to deliver water to their customers. Part of that was for all water utilities to go through an evaluation to help them figure out how to be more resilient and to protect their service to their customers from emergencies, from human threats, from anything that could happen to the water system that would mitigate their ability to deliver water. So one of those things that is emphasized is physical security. It is a potable water resource. And so requirements by the government to secure the site at all water distribution facilities for potable water are in place. Part of that is to fence the site and prevent public access.
All right, thank you. I know that was covered in the study session, but I thought it was important to go over that again since we haven't had that study session since January. One other question. I know in the study session, it was listed about $14 million for the project, and now it's up to 80 million. Is this 80 million what council can expect to see roughly when you go out to bid and start construction, or is there a potential for a more cost increase?
Hello again. So I'll try to handle this one. You guys can pop in if you want to add more. But so I believe the $14 million number was a previous from a long time ago, before we were involved. When Burns and McDonnell was brought on board, we did a preliminary design estimate in 2022, which was around 50 million. So since then, the design has progressed, but also the market these days is very volatile and fluctuates. And so we brought on a contractor, CMGC, as you all know, to help us better estimate the changing costs as the design evolved. So part of that is just fluctuations in market. Part of it is we added things to the design to understand it better. So from our involvement, the cost has gone from 50 to 80 million, not from 14 to 80.
Okay. Either way, the cost has gone up.
It has.
Can we expect this 80 million to be the final number? Or when you start construction, is there a potential that number could increase?
Sure. So one of the benefits of having the contractor on board and working with the engineer throughout the majority of the design is that we're able to provide a more accurate cost estimate at this stage. That being said, I don't believe we have Garney's final cost estimate yet, so I don't want to speak to that. We will for the October council session. From that point, we do not anticipate a change in cost unless there is a significant change in design conditions or an addition to the scope.
All right, thank you. I know one of the questions that residents have both emailed along with spoken about tonight is the vehicular, the one truck a day up and down the trail, which I know is not uncommon. I experience multiple vehicles on some days on the US 36 bike path for maintenance. What is the rate of accidents that we experience that are reported to paramedics and Broomfield PD as it relates to bikes, pedestrians with maintenance vehicles?
I have no idea.
Mr. Ruger is going to come and give us an update on that.
Good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor, Council Pro Tem. Great question. Jeff Ruger, Deputy Director of Public Works. 32 years I've been in the water department, and we have over 14 lift stations and 5 booster stations and 6 tank sites. And that particular question is a great question. And we check stations on a daily basis to make sure it's secure, it's safe, and that type of thing. Our staff do this 7 days, 365 days a year. And there's not once been an accident associated with our stations being checked, that type of thing.
All right, thank you. That's what I was thinking the answer was, but I wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Ruger.
My last question is, I know this process has started since roughly 2016, 2017 about tanks being placed on this property. When the 5 sites were proposed to the city manager's office, whenever that date was, what was the timeline from that date to when all the alternative analysis were completed? What was that final date to when the current site was proposed and decided on by staff.
Councilmember Ward, I think we started the alternatives analysis fall, September, October last year, 2022, and we had the alternatives report a couple months later, ready for the January study session. So it was finished, I guess, December, early January.
Okay, how long does an alternative analysis site typically last, whether it be for the city or a third-party developer? Or does it
I
vary
think
based
it
on project?
depends on what the project is and what you're looking at.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I think many of my questions have been answered. Let me see. There was a suggestion made in the public comment that we could save money by other procurement methods that would provide enough to fully bury the tanks. Could staff or could the applicant comment on whether that statement would be reasonable?
Councilmember Lim, the process we have followed is the process we would recommend for any complex project. It's the process we've followed, for instance, for the BCC facility for all of our major utility projects. We issue an RFP for construction services for both pre-construction and construction, and we get proposals back from qualified contractors. We got 2 proposals for this project. The project team recommended Garney Construction. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I think they've built 43 tanks in Colorado. They have done this over and over again in neighborhoods, and we felt that they were far and away the most qualified contractor for this. So we bring them on for pre-construction, and they scrub through the plans and they look for constructability and they evaluate tank types and materials and make recommendations to the engineer for the most cost-efficient design. Then when the design is progressed or finalized, they bid the work. They don't do all the work. So they are competitively bidding all the specialties of the work. And that bidding process is open to Broomfield to participate in and to review. So we are getting competitive pricing on all aspects of the project. And we're getting the advice from the contractor as to how to save money in the design. So we're not getting caught off guard with a full set of design plans that may not be as constructible as possible and then bidding it. So we are very confident in this methodology, and we've had success with it on our most complex projects.
Okay, thank you. One other citing question, I think that hasn't yet been addressed. One of the residents in their public comment suggested that we could open up some of the sites by moving the oil and gas pipelines. So that was definitely referred to in staff's original 16 site, not the 4 sites, but the 16 site overview. So could you address that comment by the resident? Is that reasonable to think that anyone would do that, that we could accomplish that?
Councilmember Lim, we did not look into moving the oil and gas. And I don't know if someone from Strategic Initiatives is here, but there was so much council involvement in alignments of pipelines and easements. We felt like that wasn't something we just take lightly and move.
Okay. My other questions don't have to do with citing that weren't completely addressed. In your presentation, you referred to the the safety of the relative safety of the situation with the one truck a day coming to the site. So that was covered. There was an email that had another safety concern. That a resident cited that there were frequently teenagers climbing on top of the current tank, Mile High tank. Could you address how this site will prohibit that?
Councilperson Lam, Jeff Ruger, the site security, the fence that Nicole explained earlier, they'll have security alarms and that type of thing that activate our system. It's sent to us by SCADA, and then our staff would report out there to check the site out and make sure that there's nobody on the site. And it's more vulnerability studies and that type of thing, so that there's no access on top of the tanks or any type of tampering or vandalism. And Carbon Road is a good example. You'll rarely ever see those tanks painted since those security pieces have been put in.
And did I understand that there would be motion sense in the lighting depictions?
Yes,
It
the
referred to
lighting
motion
does.
sensors. So how closely would someone have to be to that area for the motion sensors to go on?
I think they're spaced evenly around the fence to be activated as movement happens and that type of thing, and on the tank site itself. The purpose of that is we didn't want the tank site to light up at night. And then we have the abilities to come to the site and turn everything on if we were needed to go up there to do maintenance or check for security.
Okay, thank you. Those are my remaining questions. Thank you. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, thank you. And I think most of my questions have been already asked, but I do have some, probably one of the more important questions that I have seen over time is that, okay, so if we are just a quick, history here on January 17th of 2023, this past year, we had a study session, and some of us sitting up here we were providing direction to do that RFP and to look at the alternative moving the one tank down. The ultimate direction of this council was not to do that. So here we are. And I don't think this is I just feel like we passed that moment in time because we need the water. We keep hearing that. And yet we missed that opportunity to try to relocate these tanks. So assuming that I'm still not giving up on the potential to find a better solution, but it just feels like that point is narrowing. So the real question comes down to, is that Hilltop Park and preserving that view? And I know Councilmember Leslie and myself asked these questions at that meeting about raising up that northern part, make sure that new location is just as it provides just that same 360-degree view. I know staff was going to look into it. And so I am focusing now on drawing 2L-104. So I don't know if there's any way to pull up these drawings or not, but I think Ms. Allen might know what this view is of the elevation of the top of the existing hill where the tanks are going to go and where the park currently is. And then the new section north of it, and it looks like the elevation is identical to the top of the hill. So you're not going to get that extra 8 feet to get up above the tanks and get that. I mean, is there this is where I just wish we could do a little bit more and find a way to take a little bit more dirt and build that up just a little bit more. And that was where one of my questions earlier today was leading, is can we just get that new location elevated enough that you could still get that 360-degree panoramic view and try to restore as much of this park as possible. So that was where those questions were going, is, and to get that designed in and not just review it afterwards to see what the best possible view we can get is. Can we guarantee that panoramic view any possible way? Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson, thank you for the question. So it gets a little confusing when we're locating trails. We want to make sure that we have an opportunity, even after construction is done, to really take a moment after, the construction is done, the grading is in place. We walk those trails typically to make sure that the trail alignment, as is shown in the site development plan, is really what maximizes the view. Where exactly should the bench be? We might plan for it in one location, but maybe if it had just been planned 4 feet to the north, we would have maximized a better view. So that's why there's a note in the site development plans often when we're talking about trail alignments that says the trail will be staked. Oh, and there'll be an opportunity to walk the trail with staff prior to the final construction and surfacing of the trail. And you'll see that pretty frequently with a lot of our site development plans. And that's the case here. The overlook area was built up, but there's not really a way without burying the tanks to make it so high up that you wouldn't, with looking to the south, be able to see the top of the tanks. But we have tried to build up that area where the overlook would be, and we've done our best to locate where we believe the trail alignment will be best, while reserving the ability to walk that staked trail after construction to really make sure that we've maximized those views. Like you were saying, trying to get the most view out of that overlook space.
And do you know compared to the top of the hill where the current park is and the new location of the planned hill, do we know what that height, are they the same height?
It's
Or
a
is
little
it
bit higher. I don't have that exact
little bit higher?
measurement. Yeah, it's a matter of feet higher, but it is higher.
The new location?
Mhm.
Okay, so potentially when you're standing there on top of the rock, maybe you could potentially see?
You will still see the top of the tanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then I am still interested though in if this council is willing to just get that quote to see what is it really $7 million to take those tanks down just a little bit further and bury them? I would love to still get that quote. So if we can, if it's not too, if we can find that direction here to just get that quote, even if it's not fully buried close, further down, I don't know, just something where we can get closer and closer to preserving that view.
Councilmember Anderson, so we have the estimate from the contractor, but we can't get an exact quote without a design. So we have to have detailed design documents to get an actual price. So we have the best available information from the contractor. And that's the 7 million I shared.
Okay, so we can't get the estimate. Okay, and then what?
So I would say, so if we were burying the tanks, there will be some redesign. The tank has to be reevaluated structurally and so on, foundations, all of that. So it's not just add more dirt.
You can't okay, so you can't just go out and get a close estimate of what the cost would be.
Correct.
Right.
It's not just the earthwork.
Okay, that's helpful, I guess. Okay, and then here's the other question I don't think we've talked much about. What does this construction phase look like that we've heard? It's gonna be like 24 months, but how much of that is actual earth moving? How much of that is, bringing tank pieces on site? And how much of that is just like the tank is already basically constructed and you're just working on the internals of it? Like just how disruptive is this? And then will all the dirt be removed and the materials brought on site straight off of Lowell onto that construction site? Or would there be any construction traffic at all going in or out the 2 entrances to Anthem Reserve?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'll do my best, so stop me if I've missed one of those. Yes, we will be bringing all of the construction equipment off of Lowell is how we'll do it. Of course, when we do things like transplanting the trees, we'll need to be probably coming onto Irving Court to do that. Also, there will be a discharge line that will cross Irving Court. So we'll disrupt Irving Court for a week, maybe 2 during that time period. I'm sorry, I started at the last question. Do you want to start the first question? Timeframe for construction. 24 months is, we're trying to be the conservative estimate on that. And no, so they'll come in, clear and grub the site, and excavate and at first, and then we'll start working on building the tanks at that time. At this point, we don't have a detailed schedule because we haven't finished, we're just finishing the design, and that is what they're working on. And so we will be able to provide that to you when we come with the GMP. I will tell you some of the longest lead items for the project will be in the pump station, will not be actually building the pump station, but will be the components within the pump station. The generator, there are controls such as the pumps themselves. Those all right now are extraordinarily, we're talking like 52 weeks to get some of these things that we used to be able to get in 3-6 months. Now we're talking over a year. Yes.
Okay. And so I guess I'm just trying to look at what does it feel like as a resident living in that area? Is this going to be constant all day for weeks at a time of earth moving, or is it
And
like how many weeks of earth, just strict
the earth moving? And I probably don't have a really good estimate on that, but probably 3 to 6 months. That's probably a good range. So what it really will be is they will excavate the site and then they will build the tank. And then they will come back and put the dirt back around the tank. So, there'll be some early earth moving. Then we'll see a lot of the construction and then they'll come back and build it back up.
Right. I think that's helpful. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Shap.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the questions of the residents and my fellow council members. Many of my questions have been answered already. I do appreciate the comments from residents tonight, as well as emails before today. I appreciate staff for your presentation and the work on this project. So questions. We heard comments tonight about that what some residents had been aware of, that there was going to be one buried tank. That's what they were informed, and that's what they thought was going to happen. So can you talk to me about what the realities of that one tank would have done to this hilltop?
I'm gonna have Mr. Rutt. I think one of the pieces earlier, as Mr. Rutt makes his way, when they're talking about one tank, I think Ms. Allen had clarified that the gallon amount hadn't changed.
Right.
What changed was the two, and really it's about redundancy.
For sure.
That you can take one off the line.
And I guess my question is specific to that tank. My thought is that tank would have been located on the hilltop and it would have been surrounded by fence. But
Yes.
it would have been buried. Is that correct, Mr. Rutt?
It was indicated to be buried.
Yeah, that was what the indication was.
It would have been buried.
The diameter basically is twice the size of two of them together, right? So if the tank is 132 foot diameter, roughly one tank would be 260 foot diameter. So the amount of space of concrete is similar because we still have to hold the 6 million gallons.
Right.
The operational reasons to do it in two tanks is it provides us to operate the system more effectively and to minimize possible future issues with water quality. EPA recommends that you exchange all the water in the tank less than 3 days. Larger tank takes longer time to get through all the water. Smaller tanks allows you to operate that more efficiently. Winter usage is obviously a lot less than summer usage. So by having the two tanks, it provides us with those opportunities.
Right.
It also provides us with maintenance opportunities where we could take one system off, one tank off, clean it. We clean every tank every year. So we'd be able to take one off, run the other tank, and then swipe them back and forth to improve water quality.
Okay, I mean, I guess I understand the advantages of going to the two tanks, but I just want to clarify. So we would have had one tank up on the hilltop, fully buried, but fenced around that.
Yes, the fence would still be required for
access to that hilltop would not be there.
It would be the same as it is currently.
Perfect, thank you. There was public comment about this project closing down one entrance to the neighborhood during construction. But I just heard that the majority of the construction will be coming off of Lowell. Is this a temporary construction road?
That's correct. The construction access is actually going to be off of Lowell and will not, for the most part, not go through the community. There are a few minor things that we have to do, but majority of it will come off of Lowell.
So there will still be two entrances to the community.
Correct. Yeah, there'll be no changes to that.
So the trails, this was a response that you sent to a council member, Ms. Pritz, about the trails and how those are going to be changed, how the current trails will be changed and new trails will be added. So could you walk us through how that trail will be changed and how many more feet of trail will be constructed with this project?
Ms. Pritz, what slide is that? Kyle,
I believe the slide's at the very end.
Can you put slide 30 up, please?
And this slide will give you a graphic of where we're going to be seeing changes in the trail.
Thank you.
So let's just wait for that for a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so in this picture, the turquoise trail that you see, that is the existing trail, and that is going to be removed. The existing trail then goes up to the top of the hilltop over to Urban Court and then carries on through towards Sheridan. So the white line there is the existing trail. What will be removed is that turquoise area, and that is 465 lineal feet. The trail to replace that area is that black dotted line. That's a new trail. And at the very top, we've done our best to estimate where that trail from the existing overlook, which is where that blue dot is, over to generally where the new overlook will be placed. That entire lineal footage is 871 lineal feet. You'll also notice off of Lowell Boulevard, there's a very short dotted red trail. That is the one that OSTAC requested. The reason for that was that when you're on the sidewalk there on Lowell, you'll be able to quickly go onto the Crusher Fines Trail and get into the open space. We do have a lot of runners and cyclists on our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee. And I think that was a comment that they felt would be nice for users of the trails to have that direct access. That lineal footage is 109.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that information. The last question I have is we looked at all these, I guess there were 4 other alternative sites. Is there or has there been any notice for the homeowners of a water tank project being constructed near these alternative sites, such as the residents of Spruce Meadows or Silverleaf?
Ms. Brittonzetti?
Thank you. So we followed our typical notification for this project, which includes 1,000 feet. We also placed the notice in the paper and there's signs on the property. But with the alternative site analysis that was presented at the study session, there was not notification for each of those sites as it was a study session.
Okay, and I guess I'm talking, sorry, two different notices. So when those homes were built or purchased, were those in their construction documents, was there a notice that there would be a water project in one of those alternative sites?
There was not.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Oh, thank you very much. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. This is probably the most frustrating discussion since I've joined council. There just doesn't seem to be an out. It seems like everything is saying, no, you can't do this. No, we can't do that. No, we can't do this. And yet there's got to be some solution here that would get us closer to a win-win than not. And yet I don't hear that coming forward. Every question seems to get a response of, no, that's not doable, or that's that much more expensive, or whatever. So I'm feeling a bit frustrated. And so I guess I'm empathizing a bit with the residents who expressed themselves tonight. But let me just ask this question. There's a lot of land up there. It's a beautiful spot. I've been up there. I've taken photographs up there. I am empathetic to the spiritual nature of that spot. It's unique, and there aren't too many of them. And I'd hate to lose it too. So why can't the tanks be constructed further to the east and south, closer to the existing tank, allowing the front area where the overlook currently is just to stay where it is? There seems to be ample land. We don't have to bury the tanks all the way to protect that overlook, as would increase the costs. But by moving it further to the east and south, we might be able to preserve that overlook and at least address one of the primary issues that have been raised tonight. So rather than say, no, you can't do it, or the soil changes when we go a foot further to the east, why isn't that possible? And that could at least allow for the overlook to be protected as it currently is. That's
Thank you,
my,
Councilmember Leslie. We did cover that, but maybe you had to step away. Would you like to explain that again, Ms. Allen?
Thank you for the opportunity. So east and south is essentially alternate site 3 in our analysis. And I don't think we said, no, you can't do it. We gave pros and cons of each site. Alternative site 3 is in the open space. It would trigger the open space charter requirement. It's a lower elevation. It's closer to other neighborhoods. And it would require a redesign of the tank itself and going through the process again for the site development plan.
yeah, I mean, I heard that before. I was here, I was present. But you're not, there aren't really, that existing tank is not that close to any of the other neighborhoods. In fact, the construction of these tanks would be closer to Anthem Reserve, right there above the kind of overhang. When you're in the neighborhood looking up, than if they were moved in the other direction. There really aren't a lot of homes that close. They're further away. And then there's the larger neighborhood down below. I understand that. Yes, it's a slightly lower elevation, but I don't know that, and from an engineering perspective, that should prevent the necessary pumping and stuff that needs to be done. Again, we're talking about feet difference here. It just seems to me that something like that should be given a much more serious look, rather than just, no, we can't do it because it's closer to another neighborhood. Well, we can't avoid that no matter where we go. All of the sites that were indicated as potential alternatives are closer to others. That's why one of the residents suggested an industrial site, but we all covered that. We know there aren't any industrial sites that are at this elevation. So it seems to me something like that might be more of a compromise, and maybe there's some additional cost associated with it, but it would preserve one of the primary issues that has been presented to us as a concern, and one that I understand. As I said, I've been up there a number of times. So I would encourage us to, think about how do we get closer to a win-win here than we currently are, because we're not. We're in a sense of a win-loss here, and that's a shame. And again, it's nobody's fault. I mean, this project has been there for years, but for whatever reason, the residents, when they were building their new homes, weren't informed properly. That's not the city's fault, but it's the reality of the part of the problem that we're having here. So my encouragement would be to see if we could find not necessarily a total change, but a solution that may be right there in front of us, that would help at least address most of the concerns that have been raised tonight. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Leslie. Everybody's spoken that wants to speak on the first round, so I'm going to speak. And I have some questions. So to Councilmember Leslie's question, it is a land use designation issue with Site 3 because it's designated open space, correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, where the tanks are proposed right now is a specific tract that was dedicated to Broomfield, not as open space, but as open lands for the purpose of the tank. The surrounding property, including the area around the Mile High tank and the property of the Mile High tank, was all dedicated to Broomfield for open space.
So that would trigger another layer of approvals, which would add time and possibly a reversal if it goes to the public process by a vote, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so this is a 2-year project roughly, right? And it was 2026 when we reach critical mass. So we've got about enough time, 24 months to get this done.
That is correct. That's what the model indicates, that 2026 is are critical.
And can you clarify, Mr. Rutt, the pumps for the most part, they put water in the tanks, but it's the gravity. The pumps don't put water in the tanks. Okay. What is the process of the pump putting water in the tanks?
So the tanks would be filled from the water treatment facility. So the pipelines that currently go up Lowell would fill the tanks. And then from the tanks, the water would gravity feed down to the pump station. And from the pump station, it adds the water and the pressure back into the distribution system.
And the gravity serves what purpose?
Typically, when you build water tanks, you prefer to have them at an elevation where the whole system can be fed gravity. That's the most cost-effective O&M process. Given this site is not tall enough to do that, particularly since we're partially burying them, we have to pump it. So we do have to pump it to pressurize the system and provide additional supply.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere because I want to address one of the comments from earlier this evening about the water pressure and how it is lower in some areas like Wilcox, which happened after the Anthem Reserve was built. The failure to maintain a water system, is that something that we could be penalized for on the fire code with fire mitigation? And maybe Chief Goslin can weigh in.
It is one of our responsibilities under our Safe Drinking Water Act to meet certain requirements within our distribution system. And you do that a lot with maintaining proper pressure. Proper tank design, enough storage. Those are ways we meet those requirements. One of the big issues is as the developments that have already been approved and partly are under construction, as they come online, they will draw more water down the elevation away from the higher elevation, which is what's causing the pressure issues. So as baseline develops, as developments north of Highway 7 develop that already approved, it's taking water downhill. And so the higher elevations ones will feel the effects sooner of the drop in pressure.
What would be most impacted if the tanks are not approved? Would it be newly approved development or existing?
It'd be existing.
And those neighborhoods most impacted would be?
The major ones would be Anthem 24 and Wilcox are the two major ones that have the most impact. And then there's also impact to Spruce Meadows, some impact to Wildgrass, some to McKay Landing, some to Anthem Ranch and Anthem Highland.
All right, thank you very much for that. I wanted to go back to another statement that was made about emergency access. Would this project restrict emergency access to the residential area in any way?
No, because we have our construction access off of Lowell.
Check that off. Is it true though that they don't see those, what was it called? Form 41 or whatever, the waiver. Is that really not presented to home buyers until closing in the closing documents, if it is presented at all?
Typically, we would like to see those at the time that a contract is entered, but what the residents have reported is that it was provided to them, the Exhibit F at the closing. Or not at all, yes,
Or not at all. So it sounds like we need to, just like we did with oil and gas notification, we may need to revisit informed consent and that these disclosures are made well in advance. So people aren't getting this at the, the last hour when they've already moved, basically. So I think we need to improve that process. And I know it's not relevant to now, but it is relevant to now because I believe in informed consent. And that obviously didn't happen to some people. Well, that's all my questions for now. We'll go to second round, 2 minutes. Councilmember Marshall.
2 questions, Mayor. First of all, relating to the fence, if we bury the tank. First of all, how deep is the tank buried? What the top of the tank underground, how far down is that?
So are you asking in terms of how much cover there is over the top of the tank? So we don't have a design for that, but I would estimate somewhere on the order of 2 to 5 feet.
So someone who, to this, for security purpose, somebody would have to be really involved to dig down to the tank. I guess my question is the fence is that a requirement by law, like a state or federal law, or is that best practice or what we recommend?
It's a requirement now to fence potable water sites.
And is it the entire site or is it just the access? Like, I'm assuming the tanks have an access point.
They do access hatches. So there are 2 access hatches at each individual tank. So if we were to fence just the access points, there would then be 6 individual fences.
And does the fence, if we fence the entire site, does it still have to be the 7-foot fence that we were looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no flexibility on that. Okay. And then on the land use, alternative site 3, the land use question. If we were to take a site 3, same size lot, the same exact size, can we just do a land swap with the current, the track E and just make that dedicated open space? I know it'd still trigger the potential of a vote, but can we make that kind of swap?
No. Well, yes, but you still have to go through the change in use process.
So it could still potentially be a vote, but it would still require roughly 1,000 signatures of residents who wanted to put it to the ballot.
Roughly.
Okay. But
It still requires a petition.
right, but for the payment, because we have to make a payment, could that be taken care of with just the land swap?
Yeah, just compensation can include a land swap. It's dependent on the circumstance.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel. After.
Thank you, Mayor. The fact that we're sitting up here still asking questions is highly concerning to me. The fact that we are delayed as a city and county in planning this for future development is highly concerning to me. A lot of our residents only have 34 PSI as it is, so we're actually under what we need as it is, and I understand that. And I'm assuming that they need their own water pumps to do that. So that's just where my mind is going right now. And I would like to look into if security, if it is buried, just to make sure that the hatch and the vent are secured. I'm not sure that we need more than that. I have a question about sound. Have we really assessed sound in the pump stations and what that could look like or sound like?
And that is a reason, council, that the pump station is located as we're building it into the hill, is to minimize its its look and to help with the sound, but it is a double wall construction so that you won't hear it. We do have a pump station at Carbon Road, which is on 136. And at that station, you don't hear it when it is running.
So what is the decibel level at then?
When you open the door, I have no idea what it is inside.
So there is-
Outside, you don't hear it.
Outside, there's 0 decibel level.
Yeah, I
pump
don't,
stations.
yeah. You can stand outside and not hear it
While it's pumping.
while it's pumping. Yes, while it's operating.
Okay. All right, some other questions here. How will the water pressure be impacted during the building process then? So as we're building it, what does the water pressure look like during that? And then how are we protecting the water during that development?
During construction, there will be no impact. The only time that we will impact the water line is when we're making the connections into the existing lines. That time we schedule it. We won't be doing it during a peak demand, so that we will isolate the area and make sure that we have the area backfed. And then we build everything up to it. We get ready, we do the connection, we make it as quickly as possible. So it happens in, this is a large size pipe, so it's going to be a 4 to 6 hour connection. And at this point, no one will go out of water in this one.
Okay. I have another question, I know that we've been talking about the Exhibit F documents. Was there any dates on them, and were they were required to be sent to the city, correct? But yet they have no dates on them.
So the requirements from the subdivision improvement agreement was that they were to be recorded. So that is different than being, for example, submitted with a building permit or verified by a certain date, but they were intended to be recorded.
Recorded by the title company or by who?
Yes, by the private entities involved in the sale.
Is there any laws on how long you keep that, or do we know anything about those exhibits on?
The intent would be that it would occur with the recording and be on file then with the city clerk's office.
Okay, so is it incumbent upon the homeowner then to submit that to the city and county?
No, it would occur with the home closing documents that are recorded.
Okay.
I mean, that would be the way that would typically occur.
Is there any trigger for, let's say you're going to close, is there any trigger to notify anyone that that document has not been filled out?
No, similar to the conversation that we had when we did the notification requirements for oil and gas, Broomfield staff is not aware when these private transactions occur. And so there really isn't an opportunity there to verify that it was included in the recording and that it took place. And we don't verify recorded documents to ensure that all of these were done. The agreement was made, it was intended to occur as an extra level of protection to help notify homeowners. But as they've verified, it was not happening in the majority of cases.
Okay, that's unfortunate. They really should have been required to have it sent to the city because that's our relationship with them. We have that point of contact with them. If we still have that relationship with them, it needs to be sent to the city. All right, 2 questions here. I'm not motioning to do anything, but I'm just asking, what are the results of, what would it look like, a motion to deny this application, and could the application come through the LRC process again? What would that look like if this is denied?
If council were to make a recommendation, or I'm sorry, to make a motion of denial, the project would need to start over the process. So we would start with a neighborhood meeting with whatever new site is selected. In fact, we'd probably need to do a study session for the new site as was done for this site. So we'd probably start with a study session, review the new site, then a neighborhood meeting. A neighborhood meeting could occur before or after. And then it would go back through the site development plan amendment review process with staff, followed by a recommendation from Land Use Review Commission and final review by City Council. The second part of your question was a remand back to Land Use Review Commission if there was a significant amendment to the application, and there was a remand back to the Land Use Review Commission. They would review the application. That's not a denial. It would be a revision of this particular plan. And it would need to be a significant amendment that could potentially have changed their recommendation. And then it would come back to City Council.
Okay. Probably based on the findings that they had and going back to remand this. Okay.
Yes.
And then what would it look like if we continued the conversation and we said, hey, let's bury it like we've promised?
A revision to the plan probably would need to be a tabled discussion rather than a continued to a date certain unless someone has more knowledge than I do about how long that would take. But depending on the request, if it was burying the tank, we would need to, I believe, have at least a couple months to review, revise the plan, and then bring it back forward for City Council's consideration. So I think we had estimated probably, 3 to 5, 6 months. And if with an extended time like that, I think tabling the motion to allow staff to make a recommendation may be preferable rather than a continuance to a date certain, because then we would renotice for that new hearing date because it would be brought forward again in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Your time.
I just
Going
said,
up again.
thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Quickly, I'm just trying to figure out it was unclear earlier on the who pays for this again. So if we decided to go back to the, let's say bury the tank and it was going to cost $8 million. I heard that you're responding to Councilmember Marshall that this would come out of the CIP budget and for the water, and it'd be paid through the tap fees again. But when I was asking the questions, it was my understanding that would come from more than just the tap fee. So just trying to figure out which is the right answer.
It's between the CIPs and here's the tough part of, we know what's coming online that requires tap fees. And we know what we estimate is coming online. That includes the tap fees. So we would go back and have to rework what we brought to council last week. So right now in the 2024 budget that we're bringing forward includes the $80 million. If there was additional CIP, we would have to rework. Again, we're not going to be able to pay $8 million based on additional tap fees that we don't know about yet. So we would have to rework existing CIPs. It's got to come from somewhere. Right. And so if we said, let's bury the tanks, we would rework, we'd have to rework the CIP to find the additional funds to bury the tank. It would also, from a timing perspective, it's not as quick to turn around and say, okay, now let's bury them, right? It would require a whole new redesign.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to, again, so it's got to come out of the CIP that's being paid for by the tap fees. And how many tap fees are we expecting in the future? Like 20,000, 10,000, 5? I don't know. How many?
I don't know.
Okay. Just trying to figure out, what that would mean. Is it extra $400 per tap fee, extra $500, extra $2,000?
I don't want to say anything off the cuff.
Okay. Well, that doesn't help me. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Is that all, Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Any other council member questions for second round? Saying no. Okay, Councilmember Anderson, 2 minutes.
Thanks. It's not a completely formed thought here, but okay, so when we approve this, as is, then there is no movement on the height of is there any opportunity? This design isn't complete yet, but in that, can there be direction that if there's any possibility to further lower the tanks in any way as we're looking within the cost? Is this the height? Are we approving that exact height tonight? Is it at all flexible to give direction to try to go a little lower, try to bear? I just want to understand what we're approving.
Right, so the site development plan amendment this evening does show the final design of the tank, including the partial buried and the final elevations for the trail, as we believe it is, the best that we can for now until we stake it in the field.
All right, I'm not sure what else to ask you, but I still appreciate that the trail is higher than the hilltop, so thank you.
Anyone else? All right, back to that. The next is council's consideration of proposed resolution 2023-99. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution 2023-99 by title?
Resolution number 2023-99, approving the Anthem filing number 24, Broomfield Water Tanks and Pump Station, Site Development Plan Amendment and use of less than 1 acre of city-owned space.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2023-99 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
I second the resolution.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. I honestly have no idea how I'm going to vote tonight. I started this process. I supported this project at study session. I even proposed that we put them completely above ground to save the extra $7 million. But the more I hear about it and the more I hear from residents, and I just don't know. I went up, I drove up with my son yesterday to kind of walk around the site because I'd never been up there before, and it is a spectacular view. On one hand, I don't think this project will completely ruin the view. I understand the perspective, but we're going to redo the overlook, and you'll still be able to see the flat irons. You won't have the 360 view that you have now, and I understand that. But we have water issues. We have water issues that we have to solve. So on one hand, I want to approve this. On the other hand, and I'm not in any way blaming our current staff, but I feel like I'm being asked to make a decision with a gun to my head because have to do it now or we run out of water. I don't think that's a good way of making a decision, and I'm torn. So I don't know where I'm at right now. I want to hear from my other colleagues if they have any thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I went to visit the site today. I did not have any conversations with anyone while there. We need these tanks and we need them up north. Fully burying the tanks at the current site does not preserve the site and the hilltop viewpoint. So the decision before us is to put this project on the hill as was designed in the original plans and disclosed to most of the Anthem Reserve home buyers, or on a shorter hill next to the residents of Spruce Meadows or Silverleaf and those residents that have had no notice of a tank site in those locations. This site was set aside years ago with the development for a water tank project. Even with one buried tank, like many of the Anthem Reserve homeowners have mentioned, this hilltop was going to be disturbed and unavailable to access. I appreciate the due diligence of staff to answer the many questions of residents and even the complete alternative site analysis. This project has not only ensured the engineering standards for proper water needs, but also has accommodated some of the requests of residents. I'm in full support of this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Okay. I say it like it is sometimes. I don't think we should punish the residents in the area for what I feel is the lack of due diligence. Here's more of my thought is, I really feel like I will not be approving it as is. I realize we need water. This has always been the case. Everyone who's came up to that podium has said that that's the case. No one's denying that. The issue is we shouldn't, if, for instance, I shouldn't punish my kid at when they go to school and I'm making them late That's my fault. We need to really be humble in this and make sure that we are very honest about what was promised, what has always been promised to them. I realize that we said that, fencing is going to be around it. There's different ways to protect water now, other than a large fence. What I will say is I would love to support at least tabling this because I understand we need water. I would support tabling this to see if we can bury the tanks. Because I feel like that's the best, next best option for everyone. And I feel like, that just needs to be done. I'll let other council members weigh in, but I cannot approve this right now as it is.
Member Coe.
Thank you.
Sorry. It's getting late.
And spending the night in search of the least worst decision that we can make. And like Councilmember Henkel, if we seek another alternative, it looks like we're looking at a 2-year delay and it puts our water system at a difficult position, an untenable position in terms of water pressure and protection from fire. To Councilmember Henkel's point, if we table and ask staff to fully bury the tanks, that's less delay, maybe 6 months, and makes it possible for us to fulfill our obligations on water supply and perhaps at least somewhat halfway meet the promise that was made to the homeowners up there that we would bury it. I think we have over 10 years of engineering that says this is the most efficient, most best engineering site for this water system or for these tanks. So there is no good solution that'll please anybody, but I at this point would support tabling for the motion to fully bury the tanks. I realize that's still leaves a tank in the neighborhood. I realize it's still 2 years of construction hell, but I think it does preserve the site as best we can and potentially enhance it with more trails and higher viewpoints so that hopefully in a couple of years we'll have a better ridge there as best we can come up with.
Councilmember Cohen, are you making a motion to table?
I will make a motion that we table with the direction to come back with a plan to fully bury the tanks.
All right, thank you. So I need a second for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Henkel, second. So there's a motion and a second. Before we vote on the motion, is there any discussion on the motion to table? Councilmember Lim.
Could the staff please clarify, as Councilmember Cohen characterized it, the motion to table and bury the tanks would just present a 6-month delay. Is that accurate from staff's perspective?
It's really hard for us to estimate, but I think we're saying 6 months at least of design work. And then to bring it back as a fully finalized site development plan, more time. So the issue becomes, so there's the design work that this 6 months, and what they're reminding me of is once that is completed, it does have to come back into staff, and we need to have an opportunity to review those revised drawings. We could go back and forth, a couple times. So it's probably more than 6 months, unfortunately. And that would be we would be amending this plan just to make sure it's clear. It's not we wouldn't bring forward both. You're bringing forward a revised plan.
And is it accurate that it would not have to go back to LERC?
Unless that was the motion to remand it to LERC, it would not need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so this is definitely torn me as well. We certainly need the water. And I get it as a resident. If I were you guys, I'd be upset by this as well. I can't say I went into this skeptical as a 20-year resident almost of Broomfield. I did agree with one of the comments earlier. I think the biggest scar on this area is the houses that are up there. I mean, it was a beautiful, I remember when it was just an open space, so little skeptical of anyone who's complaining that this is going to ruin the area. But having said that, you've convinced me tonight that there's still something there to save. So I would support the current motion to, I think that's as close to, as council member Leslie mentioned, as close to as a win-win as we can possibly get, I think, in this situation. There's going to be a delay, there's going to be some increased costs to the new homes that are going to be built, I guess, in the future, it sounds like. But I guess that sort of preserves as much as possible, but also limits the ongoing expenses and gets it a minimal delay, but not an extensive delay. So I will support that motion tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Okay, and then we had Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify. So we are tabling this to have staff revise the site plans to fully bury the tanks at the current site. Is that correct? Okay, so we are not looking at a different site. I would ask that it sounds like that we will be working with the engineering firm through those construction drawings. Will we have a better idea of the costs associated with fully burying those tanks at that point then?
Since the process would include more full design of a new site or of the site with the fully buried tank, yes, we'd be able to provide an estimate when that was brought back forward.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate, because I probably won't have any other time to speak tonight, but staff, you did your job. You found the best spot you could. Residents, you did your job. You really spoke up, and I really appreciate that. So everyone's doing their job. I don't think this is an easy answer, and I don't think anyone's landing easy on it. It's almost like you just are walking and you sprain your ankle. This is a very difficult decision. I even had a hard time listening to the LERC hearing, just listening to the access as well. So I also want to look at how we're accessing this site as it's being built. I know if you do 2 years of construction anywhere, they're already going through all this construction right now. You can hear sounds throughout the neighborhood right now. So that's why I mentioned sound as well. I think that's going to be very important. So if we do go through this process, I also want to see something spoken about, the accessibility and what that means to, that front road. I think it's Kings Court, I believe. We need to make sure that we're listening to our residents. So as we move forward, I would really advise us to reassess not only burying the tanks, but really making it less impactful for these families. And I hope it does increase the pressure in everywhere in the neighborhood. I know it will. And I'm hoping that we don't have to revisit this again as far as that northern area. And I appreciate your answer. I know that, Mr. Rett, that you said that we will not have to revisit this because this will serve us as we are at full build out at 125. So I'm holding you to it. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
You. Here's the, I guess the question I have on this. I supported this before to looking at alternatives. I still support it, but I have a little bit of a cautionary thought here because if this was a location and we've been talking about wanting to bury these tanks, what kept staff from pursuing the fully buried option here? Because I'm like, we can direct you to go and look into this design plan, but do we actually, this is feasible, but it was just cost prohibitive. And what if it's just cost prohibitive? Okay. And then, so what if we get down this process and we get the design documents and we get the bid and it's even more than $7 million, just simply cost prohibitive? Can we then just revert back to this plan and pick up where we left off? Or I would love to hear a little bit more about what happens. We're 6 months delayed and there's a piece here we're missing, which is where that money is going to come from.
That is the piece. And it will, council will have two fully baked plans. with dollar signs attached to both.
So we have two plans, this plan, the next plan, both have a dollar sign attached and we're 6 months down the road from where we are today.
And so it's always going to be that catch up. Councilmember Anderson, because a year from now, when we have this completed or 9 months, and we come back to council and we have an updated financial plan for the buried tanks, then we'll have a 14-month stale plan for the partially buried tanks. So again, we're never going to have a there's always going to be some.
So we'll be back here in this place in 6 months, talking about how we're going to find we're going to have to relook at the water study or what is the thought? I would love to hear your thought process on this. We come back here. We have the new design, we have the costs, and then we start to discuss water rates. Is that, is that the step?
Yes.
That we're and we don't really, this is where I'm struggling because we're not eliminating any of the construction. We're not eliminating any of, we're finally getting it buried and that panoramic, I'm assuming the panoramic view, but we're potentially going to be here saying we can't afford to do this or making that decision of raising the water rates.
It's essentially the same conversation that we're having right now, which is there's a finite amount of money. There's the other caveats that we need to take in consideration with the slowing growth. All of those complexities make this a difficult decision, whether you make it tonight or whether you make it in 6 months or 9 months or 2 years.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this motion. I think it shows our willingness to listen, to explore some other alternatives. City Manager Hoffman's right. Certainly, there are consequences to any decision that we make. Time is a variable here. We can't wait too long because we do have the imperative of ensuring the water pressure for everybody in Broomfield is where it needs to be. But I do think this shows good faith on our part to think a little bit further about this, to consider what had originally been stated. I won't say promised, but stated about this project. My only concern is the one that Councilmember Anderson just kind of raised, which is, okay, so it's cost prohibitive. We've wasted 6 months. We're back here again. I still think that the third site has potential, and maybe, and I appreciated the question about swapping, whether we could perhaps swap the land. And I know there are complications to everything we do, but I do think it shows a good faith on our part that we know that there may be some other elements to a solution which will be in the best interests of the entire community. So I'm going to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, so we're going to vote on the motion. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jezierski.
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holshan,
Yes.
Schaff,
No.
Ward,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo. No. Henkel.
Yes.
That passes 7-3. So
So,
we
Mayor,
have to go back. Yeah, hold on, y'all.
a couple items for council to consider. That was a motion to table at a date that staff will set when the revised application is ready for council's review.
Correct.
This is a table of a quasi judicial matter. I know you're not going to be thrilled to see this, but we're still quasi judicial, which means I still need you to be careful about ex parte conversations. This is also for the public as well. As land use decision makers, you need to make the decision based on what's in the record. So continue to focus residents our direction. We can respond to the requests. We can add it to the record and make sure that all council members are seeing what individual counselors might get asked. Are there any questions about the continuing quasi judicial nature?
Yes, question real quick. Could we reference what we've already said from the dais?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Anything that's been public.
Anything that's been public, anything that's on the voice, correspondence, et cetera, the lurk hearing. So, all right.
Well, all right. Well, I thank everyone who played a part in this evening, and I appreciate you hanging in with us for a very long night. So we'll see you back soon. Thank you. Thank you all. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right. City and county managers report. Ms.
No.
Hoffman? No, thanks. There is no legislative update or business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. Additionally, there are no special reports or requests for future actions this evening, concluding the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? Seeing none, the council meeting